Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th World ECDIS Day here in the Empire Riverside Hotel, next to the beautiful River Elbe here in Hamburg. It's good to see so many known faces here, but also some not known faces, especially from outside of Hamburg. So it's good to see that this event is attracting more people, not only of Hamburg and Bremen, but internationally. Congratulations to all of you. You managed to come to Hamburg in the only week of summer this year. So actually, I don't know why we're all sitting inside. Hopefully it's interesting enough. Please do me the favor, if you've got the time tomorrow, go to the Alster Lake or Elbe River, have a Fischbrötchen and a cool drink and enjoy Hamburg. To those that are attending online at the live stream, don't be too jealous. Most of you are living in areas of the world where it's always summer. And if you're talking about summer here in Germany, it's defined as winter in your areas. Yeah? So, my name is Stefan Dimke. I'm Managing Director of ChartWorld Germany and Global Sales Director of the ChartWorld Group. In the name of the World ECDIS Day Committee, I have the honor to guide you today through this event. So you see me more than you like. We will start today with a greeting video speech of Minister President Daniel Günther of Schleswig-Holstein. Schleswig-Holstein is the most northern federal state, directly between Hamburg and Denmark. And this speech, he could not come in person, so he sent us this very nice video. Thank you for that, up front. And then followed by that, his neighbor, Michael Schulz, the CEO of Anschütz, will give the keynote speech, and then directly afterwards I'm coming back and telling you what we're doing here today and how we're organizing this day. So, but first things first, the two videos. I wish you all a wonderful day, interesting discussions, have fun, and see you later. So the video, please.
Lieber Herr Dimke, lieber Herr Schulz, liebe Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer des diesjährigen World ECDIS Day in Hamburg, moin moin und ganz liebe Grüße. Wäre gerne persönlich dabei gewesen und fand das als eine Ehre, dort die Keynote aus politischer Sicht zu dem wichtigen Thema maritime Wirtschaft, Seeschifffahrt, Klimawandel, Digitalisierung, all die Themen dort zu beleuchten. Aber just parallel zu der Tagung befinde ich mich auf dem Weg nach Brüssel, weil wir dort Konferenz der Ministerpräsidentinnen und Ministerpräsidenten gemeinsam mit der Europäischen Kommission auch haben, auch mit der Kommissionspräsidentin Ursula von der Leyen sprechen. Und von daher sehen Sie es mir bitte nach, dass ich passend zu Ihrer Veranstaltung das Thema Digitalisierung im Blick auch nur eine digitale Grußbotschaft an Sie richten kann. Erstmal ganz herzlichen Dank, dass Sie sich mit diesen wichtigen Themen auseinandersetzen, wenn wir Klimaneutralität erreichen wollen. Und die Vereinigten Nationen haben sich gerade darauf verständigt, dass wir im gesamten Bereich des Schiffsverkehrs auch bis 2050 Klimaneutralität erreicht haben wollen. Dann brauchen wir genau diese Innovationskraft, die Sie dort auch entwickeln, alle Ideen, wie wir es schaffen können, dass Schiffsverkehr zukünftig klimaneutral auch durchgeführt werden kann. Es gibt da natürlich verschiedene Wege, Photovoltaik, teilweise ja auch Windkraft genutzt in den Bereichen, Brennstoffzellen, aber natürlich hat auch vieles mit Navigation zu tun, mit einer möglichst optimalen Auswahl einer Route, wie kann man Meeresströmungen, wie kann man Windgeschwindigkeiten optimal nutzen, um möglichst wenig Treibstoff und in Zukunft eben auch Energie zu verbrauchen, um die Schiffe entsprechend anzutreiben. Wir sind als Land Schleswig-Holstein da eng an Ihrer Seite. Wir haben uns das Thema Klimaneutralität und insbesondere klimaneutrales Industrieland Schleswig-Holstein 2040 auf die Fahnen geschrieben. Und natürlich ist das in einem Land wie Schleswig-Holstein mit einer starken Energiewirtschaft, gerade in der Windkraft sind wir führend, die Pioniere auch in ganz Deutschland in dem Bereich gewesen. Und heute sind wir in den Bereichen Vorreiter und wollen möglichst ehrgeizig auch diese Ziele erreichen. Das schaffen wir nur, wenn wir mit der maritimen Wirtschaft gut zusammenarbeiten. Das ist ein großer Schatz, den wir in Schleswig-Holstein haben. Gerade Spezialschiffbau, wehrtechnische Industrie, über 20.000 Menschen, die in diesen wichtigen Branchen tätig sind, in dieser wichtigen Branche tätig sind. Das ist ein Fund, mit dem wir wuchern können. Und auch hier versuchen wir als Landesregierung mit ganz viel unterschiedlichen Innovationsförderungen das entsprechend auch zu unterstützen. Moderne Antriebstechniken auch über beispielsweise das DLR-Institut in Geesthacht zukünftig noch stärker zu unterstützen. Da haben wir uns auf die Finanzierung darauf verständigt, dass wir es als Land Schleswig-Holstein auch machen können. Und Herr Schulz, Sie kennen das Thema Captain natürlich gut, weil Sie an diesem Projekt auch mitwirken. Das heißt, führerloser Schiffsverkehr auf unserer Kieler Förde vom Ost- zum Westufer und umgekehrt. All das im Moment in einer wichtigen Projektphase. Und deswegen bin ich sehr dankbar für alle Unterstützung. Ich wünsche Ihnen für die Konferenz ganz, ganz viel Erfolg, schöne, spannende Stunden und vielleicht schaffe ich es bei anderer Gelegenheit mal mit dabei zu sein. Aber für heute seien Sie alle herzlich gegrüßt.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Günther. And now the stage is yours, Michael. I find you can also take the stairs there, so it's easier.
First of all, also good morning from my side. I'm Michael Schulz, the Managing Director of Anschutz. Thank you, Stefan and ChartWorld, for the invitation and organizing this great event. I'm very impressed about the location and especially about the big participation here in this room. And I think this speaks for itself that you have created over time a great event. Yeah, Mr. Daniel Günther, when he was last time in our company and we were together on stage, somebody asked whether he is my younger brother. Was a little fun. And indeed, the government of Schleswig-Holstein and our MP is very much supporting the shipping industry. And I think that's what we all need in these times, because we are all suffering from the same topics of, for instance, labor shortage, and we need to make shipping industry, ship electronics more attractive than it is currently is. So first of all, thank you again. And Anschutz is partner of this conference since the beginning. Thank you for that also. And we believe in this event. And over time, this event has created to not only a very special and technical event, but also to a meeting place for a lot of people, especially out of the shipping industry from various aspects. Today we have here 150 guests from the industry, and it is a great success over the time for the conference. Anschutz has been a sponsor since the beginning, as I mentioned, and therefore it's an honor for me to be here today and give the keynote. This biannual event takes place for the 5th time now, and it has developed from just a conference about ECDIS to an event where I think the whole topic of electronic charts and everything what is around navigation has become important, and where it is a meeting place. And I think this is more important than the technical part is the networking of the people. So let's have a short look in the history of the World ECDIS Day. It is the 5th one, and when we started, it was the ECDIS mandation times. First, the ECDIS became mandatory with a target to improve safety of navigation. We managed with ECDIS to integrate real-time data seamlessly. It guides the seafarer to make informed decisions mitigate risk, and ultimately reduce and ideally, of course, prevent accidents. Consequently, from 2012 to 2018, the focus was on improved safety in navigation. From 2018 to 2023, the focus was slightly more on optimizing routes based or to reduce fuel consumption and optimize speed. In 2018 and 2021, until 2021, shipping companies were under tremendous commercial pressure, and we need to find solutions to reduce costs by this kind of support. Optimizing route for fuel consumption and speed was the topic, and based on this commercial pressure, we had another topic on top with the global health crisis then coming up in 2020, which on the other hand started the new era of basically then swapping into a high demand on ships. So between 2021, 2022, the charter rates went up tremendously. And suddenly the focus for us all was optimizing ship operation to go more efficiently on cargo transport. Now the next step will be looking into future, will be carbon optimized routes, and I think this is a big step for all of us to also look on that, because it's coming up sooner than we believe. Reducing carbon emission to zero is on the horizon for 2050, and emission trading systems will be topics very soon, will be established also soon. Digitalization and sustainability in the maritime industry gain more importance and driving the industry forward. To understand the maritime context in which we all operate will be fundamental if we seek to successfully protect our oceans, coastlines, environmental, and as well as decarbonizing maritime operations. Digital revolution, as you all see it everywhere, is in full swing, also at Anschutz. So we are coming up with new solutions on navigations, and meanwhile, I would say the software department is the by far largest department in the company, and which currently can be seen on the new topics of integrated navigation bridge systems, assistance systems, and our new electronic logbook. So as you might have heard, we have received a new owner after a very tough 2 years acquisition phase. We have DMB Holding as a new owner. They are known from sour compressors, so they are in shipping already, and we now have an owner with Anschutz who is stationed in Kiel and who is focusing on investment and support in the shipping industry. So we will gain support a lot for our product line, and I think the other learning over the years is really to focus on certain segments like we do on navigation. We are also engaging in the field of autonomous shipping, and we had at the start of the conference here, or before, we had a short discussion with Oliver on autonomous shipping, and I was asked how fast this will be implemented, and my personal belief is that autonomous shipping is still some years ahead, because we are moving around high value assets, and The topic there is that the manning is still cheap compared to the high assets we have and we are moving around and the responsibility that we have. So what we are currently gaining, we are, as Daniel Günther mentioned, involved in the project Wave Lab on the Kiel Bay, where we remotely operate and do tests on the Wave Lab ship, is really that we gain out of that exercise a lot of assistance systems which make navigations much safer. So this is the first step. Anschütz came from the Iron Helmsman, the very first autopilot in history, somewhere in the 1920s, and is now going on this path fully ahead with digital helmsman for the future, not only related to ECDIS, but also for the complete integrated bridge systems and the sensors. And it is locally operated as well as remotely operated. What all affects us is the S100 implementation, and this will give all of us greater interoperability, and I think it's also topic of today here, and which will also enable much better collaboration between all of us, all the stakeholders in maritime industry. This year, the scheme is shipping the business of fine margins, and it highlights the crucial role that not only ECDIS plays in optimizing efficiency, safety, and profitability, but also environmental performance is key for shipping companies worldwide. Today, we all want to work together and discuss on the topics of event-driven updates, optimal routing under the EU mission trading systems, and of course, safety of navigation beyond ECDIS, but ECDIS being a core topic here. In informing about new developments in the field of navigation, we want to drive the exchange with all you key players in the industry. Ship owners, ship managers, manufacturers, private and public organizations are here today. Please use this day to give input and get impulses. On the World ECDIS Day, we want to discuss all aspects and see where operators can work closer together or where different stakeholders can work in parallel. I would like to conclude my speech here by inviting you to shape the future and starting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Good. So now we stop listening and start working. Alina and Ingo, could you please come to me on the floor here? We have now after this breakout sessions, the workshops, and the workshops there is the word work inside, because it's not only presentations of 2-3 people. It should be that you work together, discuss this topic, see bring in your own thoughts and ideas and start a discussion. You don't only listen to the guys, also participate actively on these sessions. Some organizational things, toilets. I think the toilets are on the left side if you go out here, or downstairs the same on the left side, correct?
From here, right.
From here, right?
Yeah,
okay, good. So from here, right. Lunch will be at 12 at the area outside here. Water you've got on your tables. Do we have a break in the breakout sessions where we have coffee?
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. Coffee is also outside if you're tired. Most probably it's more a heat problem today than a sleep problem. Then after lunch, also important, we have all time that we need, yeah? So no hurry, we have a lot of time. After lunch at 1400, and between lunch and 1400, you should go outside and have a little of the fresh air. At 1400, we have the panel discussion. All participants of the workshops will be on the panel, give a little breakdown of what they discussed or in the workshops, and then we will have some questions and answer session with the panelists. This will go until roughly 5, as long as we need. At 5 o'clock, ChartWorld is inviting everyone who's thirsty to their office for drinks and refreshments. And then at 1900, we're meeting back here. Is it in this room or in this room? And we're doing the award ceremony and a little closing party with some drinks and friends. Did I forget anything?
Maybe we have a short presentation from Graham, I see.
Correct, I see. In the evening event, we will start with a little presentation of IC. So from now until after the panel discussion, I would like to ask you all to download the IC app. He will present something on the app. Graham, can you stand up that everyone sees how IC is spelled? Yeah. Yeah. It's free of charge, yeah, so you don't have to pay anything. Semi-free. Yeah, the first shot is always for free. Yeah, so okay, and then he will present in the evening event IC app. So anything else?
That's it for the moment.
That's it for the moment. So now we split up. Alina will guide everyone to the workshop number 2. You will guide the people to workshop number 3. I would say, Alina, you're going to this side of the room. Ingo, you're going on that side of the room. Everyone who still knows which workshop he decided to go should go then to Alina for 2 and Ingo for 3. Those that want to attend the workshop number 1 simply stay in this room. So, again, have fun and please start to work now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready to go. So welcome to today's session, session 1, where we'll be talking about event-driven updates today. And for those of you that maybe don't know who I am, I'm Tom Meller from the UK Hydrographic Office. I'm the head of the Technical Partnerships team, and I've been working at the UK Hydrographic Office now for nearly 20 years. And in that time, I've worked exclusively in the digital charting area, working with ECDIS manufacturers and working with our digital data to supply the mariners at sea with navigational information for use in ECDIS. And today's session, what we're going to do is to look at event-driven updates. Now, for those of you that may have joined us back in the last World ECDIS Day, UKHO talked about the concept of what event-driven updating was and how that would bring benefits, safety benefits to the users. And since the last World ECDIS Day, we've been working with all of our distributors like ChartWorld to really bring that vision of what event-driven updating would mean to the shipping industry to fruition. And through the presentation, we'll hear from Konstantin on a sea trial that they've conducted in delivering those event-driven updates to a shipping company and a ship out at sea. And then we'll hear later on in the presentation from John Southam from North P&I Club about what that's really going to mean in terms of the insurance industry as well. So for the agenda for today, we're going to run through, as I said, just a quick overview of what event-driven updating is, and then look at the implementation of that service and how we're going to be at the UKHO developing the event-driven updating service into the future. Then we'll pass over to Konstantin, who will give us an overview of the sea trial, and then John will finish off with his perspective on event-driven updates. So I'm just going to quickly run through this update on what the Admiralty Digital Delivery Service is. Now, the name of the Admiralty Digital Delivery Service is an internal name that the UKHO have come up with for the way in which this service will deliver updates to our distribution channel. Now, What the distributor may call that afterwards and how they term that is really specific to each and every one of our digital distributors. So it may be different between distributors, and some distributors may choose not to name their service. But when we're talking about ads, that's really the UKHO's internal name for this online delivery mechanism that we have developed for our distribution channel. Sorry, that's slipped through quite quickly. So what is ads? Now, ads really is an event-driven updating service, and this allows us to move the update data that we have from our ENCs through to the end user in a much more timely fashion. Previously, what used to happen at the UKHO is we would compile all of the update information every week, and we would deliver that to the end user on a weekly basis in DVD form, and our distributors would download that information and then pass that on to the users. But in an event-driven updating world, that concept no longer exists. What we do now is, as and when we receive data from different hydrographic offices, we can move that information quite quickly through our systems, validate the information to make sure that it's still safe and compliant and will work in your ECDIS system, and then deliver that as soon as it's ready into the cloud so that our distributors can have access to that information and pass it on to you, shipping companies, and directly to the end users. Within the ads service, there are three real core components. First of all, the catalog service, which effectively lists all of the different products that we have available in the service and their update status. And then we have this file share service, which is a cloud-based environment where all of the information is placed so that distributors can come and get that. Now, I suppose the evolution of ads has only been possible by some of these technical developments that we've seen in the industry. And underpinning a lot of this are things like low Earth orbit satellites, so as the communication cost is coming down, and the ability for us to utilize some of these cloud-based computing technologies that have been around for quite some time now. But when that's all brought together, that enables us to start looking at how we can deliver data to our distributors in a much more timely fashion. So all of those things combined have allowed us to look at delivering the data in a much more streamlined fashion that will support the shipping industry. Now, once we have that information, obviously for it to be used in an ECDIS system, it has to have an exchange set created. And so part of the ad service is an ability for us to be able to create that package of information that can then be downloaded and used directly into the ECDIS system. And really the vision of this project, this whole project, was to remove all of those time delays that we have in the current process where we're creating that data on a weekly basis, to get that information to the mariner as soon as possible. And the title of today's conference is The Business of Finer Margins. And if you, the shipping industry, can get access to that data as soon as it's ready from us, the hydrographic office, then that can support things like route optimization, just-in-time arrivals, and improve those safety margins in route optimization. So the ability to access that data in a much more timely fashion is really paramount to improving safety and improving all of the efficiencies that we want from shipping. So this is the new process flow that we have developed for ads, where new data is received into the UKHO, and as I said, it's still validated in much the same way as it was done previously on a weekly basis. However, each individual update is validated and then made available into the file share service. What happens then is there's a notification that is sent directly to the distributor so that they understand that there's some new information there. They can then come and collect that information as an exchange set, and then they can pass that all the way down to the ECDIS system. And this really is a massive change from what we had before. Delivering data on a weekly basis means that for some time there can be data sat around in our offices for potentially up to 10 days previously, and that doesn't support the shipping industry. It doesn't support operations where you need that timely information. So modernising the way in which we deliver the data is not just improve safety on your end, it also means that we don't have any potential liabilities for information in terms of slowing down the distribution of that information to the shipping industry. So I'm now going to talk you through what we've been doing for the last couple of years since the last World ECDIS Day, and part of that development has been in this notification service. And what this does, as I briefly mentioned earlier, is it allows the distributor to get direct notifications when the UKHO upload new information into the file share service. And this is all done through APIs. So there would be a notification sent to the distributor's systems to tell them that there had been a change and that there was some new data available. And as soon as they have that notification, they can respond directly to that if they have customers that have that data, and they can then, within that notification, there's a link for them to come to the file share service and download an exchange set, which then can be passed directly onto the bridge of a ship. Now, this can save hours and hours and hours of time previously, where that information could have probably been waiting for the weekly update to be created. So it can save days and days of processing time, and that's really the benefit of the ad service. So when we first launched with the ad service, we were only delivering the update information through the service. Now, the end goal of the ad service is to not just do updates, but it's to deliver all of the data that we have in the AVCS service directly to distributors from distribution to the ECDIS. So when we were delivering just the update files, that was approximately 80% of the total file size of the AVCS information on a weekly basis. But what's happened in the last couple of years is that we've expanded that to include now new additions that don't have any boundary changes, so they can be sent as soon as they're ready for distribution directly to the file share service. And we're also including the reissues that don't require any new permits. And what this means is that we've increased the amount of data that we currently distribute through the ad service to our distributors. And now approximately 90% of the weekly update is delivered directly through the ad service at the moment. And this really is sort of revolutionizing what we can provide to the end user. So the next couple of slides that I'm going to show you are how we are replacing some of the older legacy technology that we have that supported the weekly update service. And one of the things that we can do now that we have this cloud-based infrastructure is retire things like the public FTP site that we have on our website. So this will be retired in time and will be replaced by an interface, a public interface, that will allow you to access all of the same files that were on the FTP site, but through the file share service. And on the file share service, you'll still be able to download a weekly snapshot of that information. And I'll show you now a short video on how you can actually use that interface. So here you can see the update page, and what we're doing at the moment is we are selecting a file, a permit file, to be able to upload into the file share service. And what that will do is it will then search for any of the updates related to those ENCs that you have available. So now you can go down through that list and select the relevant ENCs that you require. And here we can see we're just scrolling down through the list of permits. So just going to select a couple of the files to create an exchange set from. And as you can see, as we're going down through there, it's giving you an estimated exchange set size, so you'll know how much information you'll be downloading. And then the system effectively is now going to the exchange set service to create that ECDIS-ready package of information which can be downloaded and loaded directly into your ECDIS system. As I said, this does not replace the service that you get from your distributor, but this is the a replacement for the FTP site that we have on our public-facing website at the UKHO. UKHO have always provided updates directly to customers if they need them, if there's a problem with their service from the distributor, and this service that we're looking at now enables you to do that. So there you can see that the exchange set's been created. We'll just go in and have a look at the files that have been created. And it took a little bit of time to create that exchange set, and part of the reason for that, you'll see in a minute, is that within that particular cell, that base cell, there were over, I think, 50 updates. So that's quite a lot of information in one ENC, and not generally typical of the number of updates that you would associate with one particular cell. I think on average, the number of updates per cell before you go to a new edition is around 20, 25. That's generally what hydrographic offices would use as their standard, but in that case it looks like it's a bit bigger. And again with this you can select an individual cell, so you can type in the cell to create an exchange set, and then the service will go off and create that exchange set for you. Here you can see that the estimated size of that exchange set is going to be just less than 1 megabyte. Sorry? Why is this limited to 100 ENCs? So the question, I think, for those maybe that are online was, why is the service limited to 100 ENCs? At the moment, the service is limited to that because of the exchange set size that you could create and then download. So if you wanted to load a set of permits in, you'd have to break that down to potentially 250 rows, and then you select the relevant files that you want within there, because this really doesn't replace the service that is being provided by your distributor. This is a supplementary service that's online that the UKHO provide as a stopgap, really, so that you can get access to the data, but it's really your distributor that would be serving you with that information. So this is it's not seen as a service that you would go to on a weekly basis to get all of your updates. This really is in a sort of emergency situation where you need to get access to some files, that you can do that through our website. So that's the reason that there are these restrictions within there. Nadine, did you want to say something? Positive news there. That's great news, right? It's almost as if we planted someone in to ask that. Yeah, and here, well, we've just heard a little bit about that. So that limit there is actually is going up. And again, what the implementation of ads allows us to do is to start looking at some of the ancillary software products that we had in the market previously that supported AVCS. And allows us to retire them in time. So what you'll see from the UKHO is that as and when the ad services start to roll out through our distribution channel, we will then start to retire some of those legacy products that supported the delivery of AVCS. So looking into the future and what comes next for ads, at the moment, the way in which the data is delivered or the way in which the data is received at the UKHO, from some of our hydrographic office data partners, is still stuck in that weekly cycle. And So we aren't able to deliver that data every single day of every single week. And that has to change. So we're working with all of our hydrographic offices around the world to explain to them that we now have this ability to deliver the data as soon as it's ready. And we're working with the ranks to be able to get that information fed to us as and when they validate it, rather than waiting for this weekly cycle. And what that will allow us to do is to deliver data every single day, as I said, of every single week. And we will still, for those customers that require a snapshot of that information on a weekly basis, that will still be done, and that will still be available for them to come and download from their distributors. So we're not forcing customers into accepting this new way of working. You still would be able to download and use the data on a weekly basis. However, there will be new services available that will be able to get you that information in a much more timely manner. So, phase 3 of the development of ads is where we're able to deliver new cells. So as a country produces a new cell of a particular area, and that becomes available, we also need to get that information to the customer alongside a permit. So this requires us to be able to generate permits and send those along with the data so that they can be ingested into the ECDIS system. And this is the last phase of the development of ads, so that before we go to a fully fledged delivery service. And that really completes the picture for us then. We will be able to deliver AVCS, the whole of AVCS, on an event-driven basis. So as and when data is ready for distribution, it goes directly out to distributors and can be used directly by the customer, rather than waiting for that weekly delivery of information. And that then, for us, will bring to an end the weekly update that's currently carried out on a Thursday. And really, it provides that infrastructure for us to look forward into the future. When we talk about S100, and I'm sure that will come up later on in the conversations, in the panel discussion, there's a real need to be able to get timely information, forecast information from tides and things like that. So the current delivery mechanism that we have today, which relies on a weekly cycle, just isn't sufficient to get that new generation of data product to the user and get that information in front of them. So we need a new delivery mechanism that can deliver information every 6 hours or even more frequently. And what this ads infrastructure does, and the event-driven updating service does, is it provides us with that platform to look into the future and utilize those new technologies to deliver data in a much more streamlined way. And obviously with a change like this, which is quite, we believe, a major change, we've been engaging right the way through the industry. We've been engaging with the MCA in terms of how port state control inspections would be carried out if you were using the ad service. We've been engaging with some of the major industry players, looking at potentially how they would do vetting inspections for vessels if they were using an event-driven service. We've been talking to John and the P&I clubs about what their perspective is on event-driven updates and how it could support their customers, as well as working with our distributors and shipping companies. And all of this engagement is really to start that conversation about the fact that these services can really support, this shipping industry, with the business of fine margins, because we believe access to this data can be really powerful. And finally, just want to look at briefly about the connected ECDIS. This was taken directly out of the Paris MOU, and what you can see here, and the reason that I've pulled it up, is that the number of detentions and deficiencies for charts and nautical publications is still in the top 20 reasons for deficiencies within the last 4 years in this area. And I question why are we having that problem now today, when we, with connected ECDIS, potentially have the potential to remove that problem completely. We can ensure that all of these regulations here that say that the master should have up-to-date charts and publications for their intended voyage before they leave port, they can have access to that now. There are distributors and ECDIS manufacturers are making these connected ECDIS systems that will pull in all of that update information to make sure that you're compliant with all of these regulations and make sure that actually you have the latest information. And that's really, it improves safety, it improves operational efficiencies, it allows you to do enhanced route planning, it allows you to do all of that. And I think that for me, the future of connected ECDIS really should be that in the next 5 years, when we look back at that, we shouldn't see charts and nautical publications as one of those reasons for the deficiencies. That, for me, would be a success in terms of how we were moving forward, because I think we really need to address that before we get to S100, because if we're still in this same problem where people aren't keeping their charts and publications up to date in their systems before they sail, when we have a lot more digital data in S100, how are we ever going to keep pace with that? So the connected ECDIS and the movement of digital data into the service for users, I think, is really important, and something that connected ECDIS can support shipping companies with when you're looking at like keeping within the regulations. And finally, just before I hand over to Konstantin, what I wanted to cover is that the number of cells that we have in the AVCS service at the moment stands at approximately 20,000 cells. And Konstantin's going to give you an example of a sea trial that they conducted, which was between the periods of June and August here. And in that time period, we processed and published 3,700 ENC updates. And that was over approximately 18 processing days. And when you break that down, that's 200 updates per processing day on average. And with an average file size of 5 kilobytes, that equates to about 1,225 kilobytes per day. So we're not talking about masses and masses of information being transferred to vessels on a continual basis. If you are working in a particular region, you're not going to be experiencing high volumes of information coming down into your ECDIS all the time that will require you to change your passage plans or anything like that. This is going to be we don't believe this is going to be an onerous task for shipping companies or the users of ECDIS systems to take account of this information and to alter passage plans if new information comes in, because we're not seeing the volume sizes that would cause that type of problem. And I think that's really one of the myths we want to dispel through this, is actually this isn't such a big problem making this change, and that moving in this direction really will help support all of the things we've talked about, like route optimization, just-in-time arrivals, and things like that. So that's my presentation for ads, and I'm now going to hand over to Konstantin, who will give you his presentation on the sea trial that was conducted.
Thank you, Tom. My name is Konstantin. I work for ChartWorld as a solution director, and despite of the fact I am working for ChartWorld almost 6 years, I also, within my professional career, I have relationship with UKHO almost 20 years, or more than 20 years actually. So most of my professional career I work with digital charts, with digital data distribution and all related data services. ChartWorld is a distributor of UKHO. As Tom mentioned, that it's our task to download this event-driven update from UKHO by notification received from them, and to distribute this update to the vessel. The point is that we discussed the implementation of our logic 2 years ago already on the same World ECDIS Day event. And that time I said, and I think most of us agreed, that we don't need to deliver all updates, all received updates to all our customers, to all our vessels. Therefore, we filter all updates received by UKHO. We filter them out and we deliver only updates required by particular vessel during particular voyage. So we don't filter by vessel complete inventory because most of our customers are PACE and then they have almost worldwide coverage, and we don't want to deliver updates for Singapore while vessel is navigating in Europe. That was the idea. Therefore, we filter them by route. So we started the trial on one of our good customers, Esberger, and the vessel was chemical tanker Ursula Esberger, sailing mostly in Northern Europe between Germany, UK, it's mostly North and Baltic Sea, so it was easily to reach. And we installed our equipment, additional equipment. We did not interfere the existing vessel system, so the vessel has ChartWorld ECDIS master and backup and chart update system and in operational mode. For the event-driven updates, we installed one more ECDIS, third ECDIS, standalone one, not connected to the operational master and backup stations. And we installed also our voyage planning tool, Myra, also on a bridge computer. It was installed as a back of the bridge. Yeah, I mixed up. That was the ECDIS, picture of the ECDIS, and that was picture of the Myra. Myra was connected to internet all the time for receiving notification about event-driven updates. ECDIS was also connected to internet via eChat secure box and firewall, type-approved firewall system distributed by, provided by ChartWorld. So ECDIS was always connected to internet for direct download of updates. So bridge computer was used for reading notification about updates, and once notification is received and read by officer on watch, the officer on watch would go to the ECDIS station, push the button, download, and install the updates directly to ECDIS. No need to transfer updates between planning station and ECDIS station, no use of USB stick, so everything is downloaded and applied directly. Vessel trading area, as I mentioned, was mostly North Sea and Baltic Sea. And I joined the vessel during the first week of the trial for the system setup, for making, for briefing the crew, for discussing the process, how should it work, who of the bridge team should be in charge. So we had a couple of discussions with the captain, and then the trial started. How did it work? On the bridge planning station, once the new voyage plan is created by the vessel, they create new voyage plan, they activate it, and then we know that this is the, currently the active voyage plan for particular vessel. And then we select only those updates that are applicable for the current voyage plan for this vessel. And only if the vessel's route or voyage crosses the particular ENC cell, only in that case we deliver event-driven updates, or all updates. And there could be several cases or when the vessel receives updates. Once the voyage plan is created, the crew shared it with ChartWorld back office server. We immediately deliver all required updates for that particular voyage plan. Once the voyage plan is activated, yes, then we know that the vessel is navigating this particular voyage. And then once we receive update for this ENC cell crossing the voyage, crossing the particular route, then we deliver it to the vessel. So there could be several instances. And of course, we also deliver weekly updates. We continue, we don't stop the previous procedure of deliver weekly update every Thursday. So there are several instances, and so during the trial, as you can see, we delivered 28 updates that were initiated by the vessel route, vessel voyage plan. So once the new voyage plan, or if the voyage plan or route is changed, we always deliver updates again for the changed voyage plan. So during the trial, that's during the 3 months trial, we delivered 28 updates initiated by route, 10 weekly updates, and 13 update batches initiated by UKHO notification, event-driven updates. So in total, there were 63 event-driven updates bundled in, or delivered in 13 batches. Means that, of course, one batch could include updates for 2-3 charts, and well, in average, the crew received 1, maximum 2, this event-driven updates per week. So that was actually the case between the weekly updates and between updates initiated by new voyage plan. Notifications are sent as email to email address, to the bridge email address, on the bridge computer, and also duplicated in our Myra voyage planning tool. Initially, it was sent only to Myra as a notification to Myra, but then the crew said they prefer to read email notifications because they look into email more often than to the voyage planning tool. So the onboard process. We also discussed how to, what process implement on board. That was discussed with the captain, and we decided that not every officer on watch would check existence of update. So it will be a task for navigation officer, for the second officer. And so once a watch, that means 2 times a day, he checked email, a vessel email address and email inbox, and checked Myra for updates. And then if there is notification that new updates for the route is available, then he goes to the ECDIS and clicks the button apply or download updates from the server, and then updates downloaded and applied to the ECDIS. Well, and of course the next, what was the most important for the trial is to understand how will it affect bridge procedures. So the updates we received, updates were applied, and then what would be the next? First feedback from the crew was if they should fill out the NP133C form every time they apply a new update. So that's still a question for discussion. I don't have answer for that. Yeah, May?
Just one question. Was this the procedure from the vessel, or was this the recommendation from ChartWorld on how to record the...
That was the question. That was the question from the crew, how to record event-driven update. And well, I readdressed this question to Tom already, and yeah, he promised to think about that. Because now they fill out this form once a week. That's true. If they have to do it every day or not, so that's still a question. Okay, feedback from the crew. They receive update, they check these email notifications, they applied it in the ECDIS, and then they also, after implementation of updates on the ECDIS, we have a special procedure in the ECDIS how to check what updated. So they checked what objects, or was it buoy or new change in the depth what exactly was updated and would it affect the current vessel executed route or not. So they did it every time for every applied update, so they check what was changed and if it requires change in the route. And of course, the good feedback from the vessel was that no need to transfer data from one computer to another. With one click, they can apply all required NC updates directly on the ECDIS. So that's a benefit of having connected ECDIS. Of course, and that was also our position that we would deliver those event-driven updates only to the vessels who has eGlobe or connected ECDIS. ECDIS connected to the internet. Well, some conclusion. The event-driven updates work effectively for the connected ECDIS. Actually, not so many updates were delivered during the trial. For this vessel, I mean, not so many event-driven updates. Again, because updates are already delivered during the voyage planning, and then on a weekly basis. And if the vessel has a very short, quite a short voyage, and they update voyage plan or create a new voyage plan every couple of days, so they receive updates every 2 days anyway. And then only between those events that new voyage is available, they receive event-driven updates. So that's why not so many, but still for vessel operating in Europe, in Northern Europe, still there, in average, there was one event-driven update per week. Well, we had some technical issues as well, because that's actually it's quite a change of the game for everyone, for distributor and for the customer, for the vessel, for shipping company, because we need to change our business logic. The shipping company need to change their bridge procedures, and the general approach where we distribute weekly update or weekly base media together with event-driven updates, probably that would need to be changed. And base media or weekly update does not make sense in the end. So once, as Tom mentioned, that next year UKHO is planning to release all the data, new editions and everything, and even data that require new sail permit as event-driven updates. Probably we will get rid of weekly base media and weekly updates at all. Otherwise, we have a kind of conflict because one system has only weekly update and weekly base media, another system has event-driven updates, and actually the base media is 1 week ahead of a classical system. So here we had some technical issues and also some confusions. Okay, one more question that I wanted to discuss and get a feedback. We are now delivering updates for the whole vessel route, and actually we can deliver updates that are behind of the vessel behind of the vessel on the route, so that are actually not required because the vessel has passed already that point. But on the other hand, if the vessel arrives to the final destination port, has inspection on board, and the inspector would check the whole route. So here we have a kind of conflict that we would need to resolve as well. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I had actually topics for discussion, but I would show it after your John presentation then. Yeah.
What will happen if I have downloaded an event update? And does it replace the weekly update, or what will happen then?
It goes in line with weekly update.
Because the weekly update is counting on, and what is how you handle?
Well, that's how the system is organized. Well, our system remembers that what update was delivered, what not. So we never send duplicated update. So, and event-driven update actually goes on top of weekly. It does not replace it, it goes on top. And then weekly again goes on top of event-driven. So we always send in sequence. All the updates are sent in sequence. So there are no replacements, so it's a sequential, all the time sequential.
Good morning. Thanks for your patience there. Small technical malfunction. So we're going to have a look at the view of event-driven updates from a P&I perspective. So as Tom said in his presentation, he did come and speak to us about the ad service and what it would mean to us as insurers. And that got us thinking, and we came up with this presentation, and Tom came and asked us to help out here, which was great, so thank you for that. We'll just start by why. So a lot of you will already know what a P&I club is. NorthStandard is one of 12 international group P&I clubs, protection and indemnity. Okay, NorthStandard alone insures approximately 20% of the world fleet. So we do see an awful lot of what actually goes on the coalface across the entire industry, not just an individual shipping company. We insure third-party liabilities. So we do not insure the hull or the machinery, that's H&M insurance. We don't get involved in holes or machinery. We insure third-party liabilities. So such things as you can see up here, cargo liabilities. We don't insure the cargo, we insure losses that result because the cargo has been damaged. One of our biggest sectors is crew claims, so injury, illness, third parties, stevedores. As you can imagine, there's an awful lot of crew on an awful lot of ships. In an industrial environment, that is one of our biggest claims sectors. FFO, fixed and floating objects, whenever one of our members hits a key and causes damage, and the key can no longer be used, the losses that result from that is our problem. Pollution, every time we see somebody on the television cleaning a seagull with a toothbrush, we are paying for that. And the two big ones really are wreck removal, collisions, and those contributions to salvage. So as you can imagine, whilst touch wood, those are less frequent than crew claims, they are where the big money is. Somebody goes aground, somebody has a collision, and we have a salvage job. That is where the big money is. So we are very interested in how crews and vessels are navigating around the globe, and anything that can help improve that helps us. Hence why Tom came to speak to us. We have, like I said, the better part of 20% of the world fleet, so we see a lot of things, and we like to learn our lessons from that. And we're looking at some older cases for sure, but when we're thinking about event-driven updates, we believe a couple of these much older cases will be relatively interesting. So the first one, I'm sure you all remember, it was 2002, long enough ago that I was still at sea when it happened. And it was the Tricolor, 14th of December 2002. She left Zeebrugge on her way to Southampton, and about 20 miles off the French coast, she had a collision with a container vessel, which left her in the condition that you see in the top of the screen there. Very busy shipping lane in the English Channel. So it was buoyed off, and guard vessels were put around. Nav warnings were issued at that time. 2 days later, the vessel Nicola hit the wreck of the Tricolor, despite the nav warning being issued. So you had a single point of failure in the fact the crew had to put a nav warning on the chart, and then potentially a week wait until something more official came out about the Tricolor. Big one for us in the P&I world. Actually, it was only settled relatively recently, but it was started way back in May 2011. The CMA CGM Libra, 18th of May 2011. She left Xiamen in China en route to Hong Kong. The pilot had disembarked and she was heading through a channel. The channel departing Xiamen is a lengthy one. And for reasons still not entirely clear, the master decided to leave the channel early, despite the fact there was a TMP notice in effect saying that the depths outside of the channel were not very accurate, and therefore the vessel went aground. The reason that this was a big one for us is it changed what we call case law. To remain in cover in the P&I Club, for us to cover your claims, the vessel has to be seaworthy at the commencement of her voyage. And it was found, in this case, that because this TMP wasn't marked on the chart, the vessel was not seaworthy at the commencement of her voyage. So now that precedence exists, they will be looking at voyage planning and passage planning, chart corrections, as a point of cover. I'm sure we're all aware how it usually goes, and we talked about it in the Tricolor. An incident occurs, a nav warning is issued, the crew update the E&C with that nav warning, or they should do, and then sometime later on, potentially, a notice to mariner correction comes out in the form of a TMP or a permanent correction. So you can see you've either got to wait, or you have that single point of failure with the crew updating something. So the two we looked at earlier, the Tricolor and the CMA CGM Libra, would those have happened had a service such as ADS been in place? Potentially, we'll come to yes later on. They would have had the constantly up-to-date charts, for sure, and alongside the S100 as well, the navigation warnings would have come onto the charts as well. The crew should have been therefore aware that amendments to the passage planning needed changing. Okay, well, this should improve hazard awareness, which is one of the greatest causes of nearly all our claims. Crew claims, navigation claims, FFO is usually just down to situational awareness and taking your eye off the ball a little bit. That should be improved here. There are less points of failure for the crew. And on an upside, as mentioned by Tom in his, there should be less defects come from PSC. Now, we get those for the vessels that we insure. We're told what the vessels that have been detained are, who the company is, and then we start to dig around a little bit inside that company as to why they have been detained. And in fact, whilst Tom showed that the top 20 had the ENCs and charts on, you saw in the top 5 of that graph was actually voyage planning, and passage planning there was in that top 5 bracket, which could easily mask some of those chart problems that are further down in that top 20 list. And we also, as a member of the international group, condition survey our vessels once they're above a certain age, 12 years old. We will go on board and we will survey them, and we should see less defects coming out of those surveys as well, because chart and navigation readiness is in that survey as well as the port state one. However, somebody said yes at the back when I said, would these have happened? Technology-wise, and all the list of really good things that I said before, no, they shouldn't have done if we'd have had those services in place. But it's not all about the equipment, and it's not all about the technology. There is a human involved still. So what we tend to see is a misunderstanding and misuse of the technology that is presented to the crew is the problem, rather than the technology itself. And I've got a good example of that. This, as old as the hills, and yet this weekend just gone, we had a serious navigation incident down to passage planning in a region such as Indonesia, where the hydrographic data isn't great, and clearly the crew have not checked this. Okay? Very poor hydrographic data, and we see this time and time and time again. Nearly every time there is a grounding and ECDIS is involved, we ask the same question. What was the cat's-dog there? Why were you so close to the reefs? Why were you so close to all of these navigation marks? Indeed, a colleague of mine that's with me here today was in a ship owner's office and asked a question about this, and their answer was 6 stars, top of the range, we don't need to do anything. That's okay, good to go. They didn't consider at all in their SMS or procedures that there was still a little bit of give and take, even in 6 stars. And when you're talking about a couple of meters, 1 meter, 1.5 meters under keel clearance leaving some ports, that's a big difference. Okay? So the technology is there for them already in some respects, but it's still a little bit misunderstood and not utilized correctly. So, to the person who shouted yes, I kind of agree with you, but it's not the technology of AD's fault here. Potential practical issues, therefore. Clearly, as a club, anything that drives standards of navigation up and improves safety, such as event-driven updates, we're behind 100%. But the potential practical issues of it are really quite simple, and we've already had a kind of question along these lines for the last presentation, which I kind of nodded along to, because the crew are starting to get involved with that updates, and it's more time for them doing things and less time looking out of the window, more time filling in paperwork and things like that. I get on board with that as an ex-crew member myself. Crew notification to change the ANC relies a lot of the time as they've set the ECDIS up and the passage plan up properly. Safety features are still one of the most misused things that we see. We get a lot of groundings where we ask for screenshots of the ECDIS and you still see 35 metre default contours set. No change at all for any of the passage. Changes are supposed to be approved by the master. How are they going to deal with that problem if they're on the cuff as they're navigating along? You've got to have to disseminate that information to other members of the team. You can't just make a change to the passage plan and not tell anybody. And therefore, ship owners are going to have to start looking at their procedures and their SMSs, and not just change that piece of paper, make sure the crew understand what that change means to them in the real world and what is expected of them. So there's going to have to be changes to training. I spoke at length with Tom about this the other day. S100, big changes, good changes. But the crew need to be able to understand it, and the current setup isn't going to cover those, in my opinion. So there are some potential practical issues, none of which resolve around the actual event-driven update. I think that's a great service. But we need to consider the other half of it. We always like to use this one for anything navigation. My colleague Rod came up with the term video game navigation. Gone are the days, really, where people are looking out the window all the time, as they maybe should be for most of the time. The vessel here looks a lovely arty shot from a beach, is actually aground on that beach. It was in the days of paper charts and GPS routes, but they had a lovely paper chart coming out of India, going around the bottom of Sri Lanka, around Dondra Head, and somebody deleted a waypoint out of the GPS, which changed the route on the radar and removed one of the waypoints, which meant that the vessel was now being directed directly across the middle of Sri Lanka. When they got to the waypoint, they just altered course and followed the red line and ran the vessel straight up the beach. And that is what I mean about the term video game navigation. Okay? Slightly amusing now, at the time, not so amusing. And the more technology we lump on these people, the more work we give them, the more we have to think about how they understand its use. And the fact that really the old stuff of looking out the window and being aware, situationally aware, still exists.
This is something I was hoping to the IMO recently. When they have a problem with more technology and more problem, more.
Yeah, you're right. And it's the same with procedures. We've beaten around with procedures as well. Every time somebody doesn't follow a procedure, they put another procedure in place. We agree, completely agree. We've done quite a lot of work along that lines ourselves as a club. Correct. Were you the guy that shouted no by any chance? Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, if you have the common sense and you have an updated chart, then it would avoid those problems with it.
They will still not look at it.
Yeah, well, that's...
They will,
I agree entirely.
What I say,
right.
They will ignore it anyway.
Yeah.
Regardless how many buoys or safety ships you put around it.
I agree. I do, yeah. Which is why there was a second half to this about the reality of its use. What would affect your cover if you were to use an event-driven update? Crew familiarization. If a ship owner sent their vessel to sea using an event-driven update system, whatever you may want to call it, and they knew that the crew were completely unfamiliar with its use, and there was no procedures in place that would potentially affect your cover with us on some of the biggest high-value claims that you could have on that. Installation and commissioning is another thing. If you install on your vessel an event-driven update and it doesn't work and there is an incident, a lot of ship owners then turn around and blame the installer, but actually it would remain their problem to commission it fully and make sure it was working. So there are a couple of, the second one clearly is what we were talking about a second ago. The training side of it, we are desperately trying to help by giving ship owners a free tool for those that we insure, a training assessment, we call it ETA, ECDIS training assessment, and alongside industry experts such as Tom, we have come up with this training tool. It's a gap analysis for vessel knowledge, for the crew knowledge. When crews complete it, should show specific areas of weakness in their knowledge, not just send them on another generic ECDIS course, but actual specific areas of weakness where they know what they're doing in the use of ECDIS and where they don't know what they're doing in the use of ECDIS. And this will hopefully allow ship owners to assess the fleet requirements of training and fill specific gaps in knowledge rather than just having yet another generic ECDIS course or yet another onboard familiarization. We hope that our members can therefore identify areas and improve knowledge and improve use. And this does cover not just the nuts and bolts, but what they should be doing, best practice as well. So hopefully we can go a little way to help. We're going to be launching that very soon. That was all I had. I was asked to do a short presentation, 10-15 minutes. I hope that has given you an idea as to our thoughts as a service provider, an insurance point, that we agree with the technology, and as with a lot of good technologies out there. However, there is still a weakness in the system, and that weakness is crew training and crew understanding. And we need to all try and help with that. And I agree with the gentleman here entirely. It's the more difficult area to fix. Thank you very much for your time. It does, yeah, it does. And it's something that outside of the technology side that we've been trying to do an awful lot of work on. And it's as much the crew as it is the ship operators that know how big the scale of the task is. And almost shy away from it a little bit because it's not a technical fix. Technical fixes are easy. You just replace a valve, or you put in a new procedure, or you put in a new piece of software. You know, what you're talking about is a difficult long-term project fix, definitely. Yeah.
In this respect, you just mentioned S100.
Yes.
Is there? Have you heard anything within the IMO regarding IMO model course?
Well, funnily enough, it was only last week I was speaking to Tom about this, because that is my primary concern with S100, is exactly what I've outlined here. It's great, and I'm all behind it, but the training needs to change. You can't just carry on rolling out the same training when things look so dramatically different.
Exactly.
As Tom rightly said, the IMO have it there, relatively glacial pace, but it's absolutely STCW problem to change those as well. So where we are on that, we're not 100% sure, and that is what fills me, if I'm honest, with a little bit of dread about the whole thing. Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? You look at it, you look at all the things it'll do, it's amazing.
You see it heading towards the wall, full power, and sitting there. And
well, it was the same when ECDIS first came out, wasn't it? I was still at sea then, and they just kind of put it on a bridge and off you go.
Oh, but they say I don't see the IMO model course 127 to cater for S100. Not a chance in the world.
And it needs to accelerate, because the guys in charge of the technology are here. It's the same with things somebody earlier mentioned, autonomous vessels. We're doing a lot of work there. That technology's here, and we still don't know the qualifications that you've got to have to work with them.
I don't see that happen anywhere within 30 years.
Yeah, so there's going to have to be some acceleration in that training for sure. I mean, for our members, we've tried to plug the gap a little bit with the tool I said before, and when S100 comes out, we'll be updating that try and help a little bit, but we're not STCW, you know, so yeah, I mean, I agree, but myself and Tom spoke at length about this, and neither of us are quite sure where they are in that respect, to be honest. But
thank you.
I'm glad it's not just me, to be honest. Any others? That's it for me. Thank you.
I think it's my turn now, because I have not finished the presentation with the last. I promised to make the last slide. So that's the last slide with the conclusions from the trial, and finally I submitted the topics that I would like to discuss, and of course feel free to ask your questions to myself, Tom, or John. Well, breach procedures. First of all, as I mentioned, we had preliminary discussion with the captain and decided that 2 times a day checking event-driven updates on the breach is sufficient. So it's not need to be done every hour or something like that. And again, the question what to do with NP133C form. That's an additional administrative burden or additional hassle for navigation officer to maintain the documentation on board, additional paperwork. And the question 1C, of course, should the ECDIS route be checked? I believe the answer is yes. And the route should be checked against the newly received event-driven update. So that's, but still the discussion is open. And I open the floor for questions and discussion.
It can be up for discussion. It has to be this 1C.
1C, that's no. That's the best practice, yes. That's the best practice for the normal process. Then you do the voyage plan, you do the voyage planning, you apply all updates, you do the route check. Then the next time you do the route check when you receive a weekly update, right?
Under circumstances.
True. Yeah. Then the question is, okay, if you have 2 weeks route from Hamburg to Singapore, or was it 3 weeks? And you receive event-driven updates, you're navigating in North Sea and you receive event-driven updates somewhere in India. And then you do the route check again and again, you receive event-driven updates. You can do it every day and every watch, and then you receive, then you do the route check, but you found something
to be honest, your argumentation makes me question event-driven updates.
Sorry, say again?
I say, to be honest, your argumentation now makes me question event-driven updates, the purpose of the whole thing at all.
Well, what I mentioned, it's the change of the game, yeah, and it also depends on how we implement that. In this last example, actually, then I mentioned that event-driven updates is 1-2 weeks ahead of the vessel route. Yeah, then probably we need to filter it out and not to deliver it. So, and then we need to indicate somehow that there is a change or event-driven update close to your vessel position, where you will be in within the next couple of days. That's still open questions for discussion.
Comparable to, yeah. So the information I get from the event-driven update service, I mean, it's more or less comparable to what we nowadays get, for example, by NAVTEC's nav warning message. So what would I do normally? I would check the position given by NAVTEC's information and have a look, is it on my route? Is it influencing safety of navigation of my vessel or not? And then I would decide if I have to take action or not. And in that case, I would like to look at the second point you mentioned here. What is it? Second 2B. And so it's a bit of the question, how do I get the information what is actually updated by the event-driven update service. So if that's clear and I can directly see if it affects my route or not, then I would say, okay, then I don't have to do a route check necessarily. If I don't know what is actually changed, then I would say, of course, I have to recheck my route because I don't know if it's within my planned safety zone or not. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Peter Dugge from Hydrographic Nachrichten in Germany. Thank you for the last questions addressing 1C and 2B. And that leads me to the question, yes, the navigator should have an overview and a good knowledge of the area he is navigating to and or navigating in. And based on that, he will make his route decisions, take this way or that way, and he does a route check whether the route is okay, and he still knows about alternatives. So regarding with 2B, shall the updates be accompanied by a detailed description in human readable form? Up to now, I have not fully understood with paper charts and with ENC charts what happens if a new edition is produced. Then it is then with ECDIS you just load a new edition, or with a paper chart you get a new print and you see it's new. Yeah, and new. Everything has, or a lot of things which you don't know of have changed. So it's a summary of 50 updates or 20 we have heard, but they're not detailed in types of what it is. So you really have to start to read this new chart, this new book, to understand what has changed. It might be some contour lines or things like that, alternatives which up to now might have existed, have vanished, and things like that. So with this new edition, you typically have the problem that you don't know what the changes are and how does the navigator deal with that situation up to now. With the electronic stuff, you can do your route check, fine, and check, as you said, is there something which might hinder me to go along with that, and that is the same with the 1C. Of course, it should be checked automatically by a route check and see how it affects the route, but still you do not get an information about do all the alternatives I have so far in mind still exist. And that might take a bit of time then to find that out. But question would be, how is the current way or of the last 50 years working with new editions and get information about what has changed in comply with the last edition, including updates? How do the navigators acquaint with new editions and prepare?
I would say that receiving new edition in paper, electronic, now the process is quite clear. You first receive everything and then you do the route check.
Yeah, but
you finalize your voyage plan after you receive everything
but
you
need. Do not get any information about the changes.
But you don't need it because you do new voyage plan. You're making your voyage plan.
In ECDIS, you have a lot of tools to check, and it's actually to check what the changes are if it is just an update.
In a way, it's irrelevant whether I have a detailed description of the change in human readable form or not, because it will be presented to me on the display.
Okay, that's...
You will not see it anyway.
Yeah, that's a general problem.
No?
And as long as that is not solved, or there is no answer...
Why would I want to solve it? I see a situation on my display which represents the last update for the entire area available. This is my as-is situation. Yeah? So why would I wonder about anything which has changed in the past? It's a fundamental question.
Yes, it is, because I assume I know the area from my last voyage, from my route planning, voyage planning. So I think I have an idea of the area in front of me, and suddenly there's a new edition which runs from Lübeck to Klaipeda or whatsoever, and I don't know whether anything which might be relevant for me has changed.
And for which the review function in the ECDIS is available to present what has changed.
Not
With
for
new
edition.
editions, you don't have a review function. That's the point. So you have a very detailed review functions for small updates, yes, as you have with your notice to mariners, but with new editions, you don't have that. You just have a new chart, and you don't know what has changed on the way from Lübeck to Klaipeda. You still can apply your old route, yes, and see whether there is a route check with some errors, and then you can start to think about what are the alternatives, and all the alternatives which I so far have in mind still possible. And you try and error with new routes and things like that.
From what I've seen so far in the presentation, it's only about updates, not about new editions or reissues. So I think in your case, when you're talking about a new edition, that you just have to start over and that you have to plan the route again. But I don't think, but correct me if I'm wrong, with the event-driven updates, that they're talking about new editions.
So the service actually is everything that we have in AVCS. So we would be delivering new editions, new sales, reissues, everything would be able to come as soon as it's ready from the UKHO. So the situation that we've just described, if there was a new edition along the route of a particular area, that would be delivered directly to the vessel, and they would load that in, assuming that it was necessary for their intended voyage. And to my mind, I think, is it mandatory? It's mandatory for you to have up-to-date charts and publications for your intended voyage. Do you need to update whilst you're navigating is debatable. But what we've just discussed here around new editions coming in and then you not being able to have a update review function is correct. And that's because every time you have a new edition or a new cell, it effectively wipes the ECDIS clean, and you start that process again of building up the automatic updates that would come in and be available for view. So to my mind, I think that it is necessary to run a route check when you have a new edition come in, because you don't have that automatic update review function. If, however, it's only an update that's come in, then that you don't necessarily have to run the route check, because you can do that review function and look at the change that's occurred. So there is a mechanism in there already in the ECDIS for you to manage that if it's just updates that are coming through. But when you have new sales and new additions, that's when you'd have to run a new route check.
You need to run a route check after every update anyway, regardless whether it's an update or a new edition or a withdrawal or whatever.
I think that's probably the safest way anyway. That would be the most safe methodology. And even if you were applying a manual update into the system for a navigational warning, would the crew then rerun the route check? What would be their procedure? And I think we've got to probably use something along those lines, because the safety information, the safety critical information that you're putting on for a nav warning, ultimately probably would affect your route if you're putting it into your ECDIS. So therefore you should, I would have thought, run the route check to identify if there are any dangers, and then you need to alter course.
Just one thing I was wondering, because at point 2, point C, will the event-driven updates eventually replace NavText and safety net messages? But in the future we have S124 for nav warnings.
That will be event-driven update as well.
Yeah, so it won't replace the NavText then, would it? I mean, it's just an additional layer in S101.
True. Then how will it look? Well, the safety net of NavText, they have a special functions. They're always alarming, and again, the officer on watch always sees, it's a human readable, they always see what was changed and how would it affect the route, and plot it, and then and how would it be with 1 to 4? That's still it's a kind of interoperability issue between the ECDIS. Should ECDIS okay? There is ECDIS does not know what changed. The ECDIS just says there is something new, something changed. Either it's event-driven updates for EVC, or it could be event-driven updates for S1 to 4. But then ECDIS should inform the user that there is something ahead of your route, not behind of your route. Again, another challenge. And so, well, technically, not a problem, of course, to deliver show to the user. From procedural point, we need to consider many small things here, there, and there. Again, now NavText is a human readable. User can always read what has changed and make a decision based on that. If you do it electronically on the screen, then there should be some additional ECDIS function and some additional procedures.
Also to this point with NavText, there are existing systems which can display the NavText information on the ENC, on the ECDIS. And with some little changes, it's easier to display or to detect positions in the NavText information and to display it directly on the ENC in the correct position. We have made it in a research project 25 years ago, and it was running.
Yeah, I know.
And it was running very good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think there are several ECDIS models, or many ECDIS models that can do that.
And one of the issues is, whether we like it or not, there is a significant knowledge gap throughout the industry in terms to a lot of the existing safety settings in ECDIS already. So no one's going to argue that event-driven updates isn't a good idea, but it needs to be an automated service. It needs to be something that's not going to add workload. It's not going to add more potential for errors on board in terms of updates. So to the point about a task for the second officer, or the frequency for applying the updates, or even something such as applying updates into MP133C. It's adding a lot of workload, it's adding a lot of single point failures in terms of adding this as a service. So the whole system needs to be streamlined. With S100 having a planning station tool, that gives you a way to actually put all of this into that one tool and actually automate a lot of these checking processes to actually highlight the errors on the route in a dynamic way. I think this is a fantastic idea, but I think at the moment, on a ship with a very, very busy route, these updates aren't going to be applied every day. They're not going to be applied as they come out, and they're certainly not going to be checked effectively. Yes, and most companies will have procedures in place to actually do a full route check before departure. But again, if you're applying updates throughout the route, you've made the point about how are they going to be actually, how are you going to verify what's changed on the route, what's going to affect that passage. That's what notice to mariners are for, that's what nav-text warnings are for. So I think this is a very good idea, but I think this needs to be incorporated more into the S100 in terms of actually having a base planning station in which all this information is fed into it, and it gives them a real time so they can make an assessment per route to say, do I need to re-update the charts for this route? And if so, what's the threat to the passage?
Tom, would you like to comment?
So, obviously we've heard a lot about safety today and about the delivery of the data, improving safety and efficiency. And I think you mentioned that you can't argue with the fact getting data to, or timely information and data to the vessel more quickly is a good idea. But now we seem very concerned that the process for the application of that and the crews on board using it is going to be an onerous task. And I think what we were trying to do with the statistics that we showed earlier was to show that actually the volume of change that you probably would experience is quite low. It's not going to be such an onerous task. So in that trial that Konstantin ran, I think you saw that there was not the volume of change that constitutes rerunning that passage plan every time that they were on a voyage. Admittedly, a lot of the voyages were quite short, 2 to 3 days, and in that time period, they didn't experience a change to their route, probably because of the short passage and the fact that the updates across the global AVCS data set are not that frequent. 200 updates a day over 20,000 ENCs. For you to be having one of those on your route is probably, it's not going to be as frequent as you would expect. And I think it goes to some of the points that Konstantin raised in the questions there. Actually, do you need all the updates for the whole passage, or do you need just the updates for the route that you are yet to sail? And I think that's a real interesting one, and we really value your feedback on this to understand, do you need the updates that you've already sailed past just for compliance reasons, or actually could we look at building services where you only receive the updates for the passage that you have yet to sail? And that way you can cut down on the file sizes. The service that's being provided by the distributor can be tailored specifically to the vessel, and you would then only receive the updates and new additions, new sails that you require for the voyage yet to be sailed. And I think that way, again, you are cutting down the volume of change because you're not looking at things that you've already sailed past that you're not necessarily going to need again. So I think that, for me, is a question which we would like to pose back to yourselves in terms of, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that actually having all the updates for your route is what's required, or is it just sailing on the sailing with updates for part of the route which you've yet to sail over?
Mr. Mello, you shouldn't be asking us these questions. You should be asking that question to our secondary authority. Port state control, RightShip, those kind of items.
Well, this comes down to, first of all, it's the usability. How do you want to use this service before we start going and
it's not me who is determining that. Not even the classification of the classification society is requiring that. It's for state control and RightShip and OKIT and whatsoever.
But all of these rules, all of those, yeah, all of the rules that we put up there, all of the passage planning rules and all of the IMO regulations were written at a time when we had paper charts, and they haven't really evolved since that time. And so the rules that we have in there are for a service where you got a pack of paper waiting for you at the port for you to update a paper chart folio. It's not rules written for digital services. And I think that's more to that point around, it's the regulations are the thing that tell us what we must do. Well, the regulations haven't evolved from that time. And we've shoehorned in an electronic service which can do a hell of a lot more than the paper chart services, and yet our regulations really haven't kept pace with those technological changes. And I think that's probably a lot of the problem that we're seeing.
Internet and satellite as well. So would the intention with the event-driven update be to reduce the number of T's and P's, nav warnings and notice to mariners? So this would supersede it, so you have the update straight away?
Within an E&C service, there is no concept of temporary and preliminary. That was a paper chart construct, and within E&Cs we have updates. Now they can have a seasonality to it. We can encode a temporal aspect to it, so you can have a start date and an end date, and you can review all of that. But we don't have this concept of temporary and preliminary notices. They're just simply updates, so they can come and go. But it depends on the hydrographic office encoding that information into their data. Now, there is a drive at the IHO to make sure that all of the hydrographic offices are encoding that temporary and preliminary information as E&C updates so that it can be available to the ECDIS user. Because we can't have a situation where you're running a digital service, yet you're having to refer back to a paper chart service to get temporary and preliminary information for you to manually then encode into your ECDIS. That's not a true digital service, and that's where the hydrographic offices need to step up and make sure that they are providing all the data to their users in a way which can be ingested digitally to reduce that manual burden of having to refer back to paper charts and things like that.
Now, where you mentioned that the transition from the digital to the paper and back forth was a struggle all over the years, I would like to point on 1B, because this is a typical case. This P133 was formerly coming from the paper chart and was then put into the digital version without making any kind of transition. So I stepped coincidentally last week over an email I sent out, I think in 2014, and I was wondering what nonsense I was writing there. Then I read it through and no, I was totally right, and I would still sign it and send it out like that I recommend not to use this form because it is nonsense. So ChartWorld was even supporting that development because you can easily prove to any inspector what is your update models and what updates have been applied in the last recent time. And so also with this new way of updating, I'm pretty sure that there will be evidence in the system at any time which you can show to inspectors or whoever is asking for it. So this 133C is really the biggest issue. We can take away the officer of the watch, he shall look out of the window, and not writing this report again. It's really, please think about that.
So just to reply on that 133C, the 133C folder is not just for recording updates. There is crew familiarization training within there. There is all sorts of other information which can be documented as well. But I definitely take your point that recording the automatic updates that have been applied to your ECDIS system is probably a step too far and it's not required, given that there is a means in the ECDIS now, which myself and Konstantin have worked on over the years, to review your E&C update status report within the ECDIS. And that should be enough to tell you that you are using the latest information from the hydrographic office. So writing it down is just an area in which you can get problems, and it defeats the object of that automatic application of updates into the ECDIS, really. So, yeah.
Probably KHO can make a new edition of 133C with removed this form and this table.
Yeah, well, I'll speak to the product manager when we get back. I promise.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Gunnar from CTOPIC, well, in France or in Germany, as you wanted. I have a slightly different question related to this issue of updating. First, a remark, because it was written here, you require stable internet connection. And I think when we are building systems for the future of navigation, we can rely on the telecom people that they will come up with more bandwidth and stable internet connection, so it must not be necessarily our topic today. So my question is, and updating, and we have also other S100s in the family, so my question concerns real-time data, real-time updating. If I think on S111, surface currents, for instance, and environmental data, sea state information, meteorological data in general. So this is, technology is available to provide really 15 minutes updates or even faster, and to make this available on the ECDIS as a specific layer would require, of course, a constant flow of data to have this near real-time information available. So my question concerns, how is this updating machine constructed? Is it already prepared for real time, or do we have to think on another, let's say, family of APIs or drivers?
Real time is something different, I think, but I believe, Tom, if you can comment on this, please.
So, well, this is my question when we think about future and maybe 5 or 10 years ahead, or even next year. Thank you.
And I think that's a really good point, and one that we've designed the system to be extensible so that it doesn't have to just be ENC data. It can be nautical publications information, it can be tidal information, and the infrastructure will enable us to deliver that information, that forecast information required. Now, what Konstantin talked about real time, that's slightly different in terms of if you've got a tide gauge in a port that's broadcasting information, should the ECDIS take that information and apply a depth adjustment on the fly, I think that opens up a whole new can of worms in terms of who validates that information. Should it be able to adjust official hydrographic data and lots of other things? But with this infrastructure, what it does do is it presents a means for us to maybe be fed all of that tidal information directly back to a hydrographic office, where they can have models that are automatically validating it, so that if one of those sensors is spitting out spurious information, they can either cancel that feed so that it can't be picked up by ECDIS. I think there's lots of ways in which we can look to provide that real-time information in the future, but at present, even within S100, that real-time part of it hasn't totally been addressed and worked out how it's going to work because of all of these real meaty issues that we've got to address to get through. But definitely this system will work with forecast information, where you have to have that information updated every 6 hours down to 15 minutes, whatever it is. It will allow for that.
I really appreciate your answer, because you are opening another, let's say, discussion on we are used to paper maps since centuries, and they are more or less official maps, and it takes a long time to make them validated, and even the first presentation was very fast for updating to the vessel, but there was no hour given from input of data to UKHO, for instance, and when is it validated? So this would be another question, how long is it nowadays usually? But the important point is, when we come up to real time, or even if we can deliver forecasts for currents and whatever, if we have a model behind the oceanographic model, and so it's like weather forecasts, they do the same principle, or same topology of data. But how can we switch, and would the hydrographic offices release their official, let's say, power to real time? Because then there's no way to place a stamp on the data. It is validated, and we have structures like the MCP, the Maritime Connectivity Platform, and others, where we are thinking about having not validated data, but registered and validated data deliverers, so that confidence can be built up. And the second topic, of course, we didn't discuss about cybersecurity today, but this is another issue, I think. But this question of how validating real-time data in an official, historically official data environment, how do you tackle that?
Yeah, if I speak for our office, I know we had discussions with Port of Rotterdam, for example, about the real-time data, and because our data needs to be validated and all that kind of things, and it can take up like 10 or 14 working days, and so the data is not. You cannot use that data because it's old data then. So there's still ongoing discussions, and there are a lot of regulations and all kinds of big walls, steep walls that you have to find your way in. So for us at least, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and the point around data ingest and the collection of information is an interesting one, and it is a subject that we're looking to tackle, and we've got a project at the moment looking at how we can take survey information and move it through our organisation at pace, so that the updates and everything, the infrastructure that we've built for the delivery of that, will get it there as fast as possible. But it's that collection and that creation at the first stage that we are really looking at reducing that time right down, so that we're looking at, like, you know, a day or so, rather than the time frames that we've just heard. That's the challenge, and looking at potentially having survey operators and owners pre-validated, so that the quality of the information that they're going to come back through with can be assured, and things like that. There's lots of things that we're looking at to try and bring all of those time frames down, so that we can have that throughput of information as fast as possible, because obviously we want to provide the safest service possible, and obviously any delay in that, getting that information to the user, does not constitute safe navigation.
Okay, then if there are no comments or questions anymore, then yeah, we can make a break for lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an interesting morning. I saw that some of you followed my advice and enjoyed the weather outside in the break. Now we're doing the panel discussion. Once I introduced all the panelists, afterwards I'm asking you to... No, stop. First of all, every one of the panelists will introduce his topic that he talked about in the morning in a short 10 minutes summary. And once that is done, I ask you all then to ask questions. Alina will raise her hand if there are some questions from the live stream. And if no one is asking questions, I prepared some of my own. I will have a one-to-one discussion with the people on the panel, but that will be boring. So let me introduce the people on the panel. First of all, Tom Meller, Head of Technical Partnering from the UKHO and Chair of the ECDIS Maintenance Workgroup at the IHO. Will you come to the panel? We're presenting later. Yes. So I introduce first of all of you. You sit down and then you present yourself. Yeah. So otherwise you have to stand all the time. That's not so nice. So John Southam, he is Loss Prevention Executive from NorthStandard P&I. Piotr Rusnik, he is Fleet and Marine Superintendent at Intership Navigation. Øyvind Størdal, he is Head of Data and Performance Management at Wilhelmsen Ship Management. Now an easy name. Christian Meyer, Head of Technical and Technical at BBC Chartering. And last but not least, and next to Tom, the one that is always on the panel, Steven van der Schultbrugge, CEO of ChartWorld International. So, should we start in that order to present or do the summary? You'll find your presentation here in the presentation folder if you need it. Otherwise, you can also only talk. Yeah. Okay. Good. Tom. This one you need it later. Okay. That one.
Oh, he's so tall, isn't he? Right. So, welcome back, everyone. In our first session this morning, we discussed Admiralty Digital Delivery Service, and maybe some of you who were here last year will have heard me talking about the concept of event-driven updates. And this is where we are delivering data decoupled from the weekly service that we have currently for delivering E&C updates to vessels, so that we can provide that data in a much more timely manner to the mariner. So, during our session, we went through an update on what event-driven updating was. And effectively, it's a cloud-based infrastructure that the UKHO have built that enable us to upload files into the file share service, and a notification service will alert the distributor to the fact that there's some new data available that they can come and download. The distributor will build services and API calls into the file share service to download exchange sets of E&C information, which can then be passed on to the ECDIS system for ingest and use in the system. And our presentation talked about what we've been doing over the last couple of years, from really a concept now through to an actual implementation. And 7Cs and ChartWorld have run a sea trial, proving the technology, improving the concept, and taking that information from UKHO and delivering it to a customer. Now, obviously, throughout that process, we have looked at some of the changes that are going to be necessary on board on how to take account of event-driven updates. Because this information will be coming to the vessel much more frequently than has happened in the past, there's a need to have policies and procedures in place which cater for the fact that you could have some significant navigational information appear on the screen, and the user needs to know that that's been applied to the ECDIS system and change their voyage plans accordingly because of that new information. So that new procedure on board and that challenge of receiving data in this way is something that we will need to address as we move forward through this whole process. And then later on in the presentation, John, who will talk briefly about insurance, talked about the event-driven updating and how the process that is gone through by the crews and things like that, it's important that their training is taken into account, and the fact that there needs to be some time for them to adapt to these new ways of working. So the vision of the ad service really is to remove all of these timely delays that we have currently in the system, where we are providing a weekly service. That means that every time that we're producing that weekly data, we are storing information up at the moment. And that's no good for the user, and that's no good for us as a hydrographic office whose job it is to get safety-related information out. So we've built this new infrastructure that will enable us to deliver all of those updates directly to distributors from with delivery. Now, it's not just been built to support AVCS at the moment and your S57 ENCs. It's been built to be extensible. So as we move forward into S100, the infrastructure will enable us to be able to deliver not just S57 ENCs, but also S101 ENCs. It will allow us to also look at the product specifications that have a much more frequent update regime, like the tidal information that's being developed in S104 and S111. And that is the real beauty of this new solution, is that it will be extensible and can support future data formats. So at the moment, this is the process flow. We get new information in. It's validated to make sure that it meets all of the required standards that are out there at the moment. And then that data is put up into the cloud for distributors to come and download. They're building services against that new infrastructure, and this is the sea trial that was conducted by ChartWorld. They actually built the service and built the capability to respond to the notifications that the UKHO put out, and then move that on to the vessel for the vessel to load into their ECDIS system. And I think we had some really good discussions. I won't go into too much more detail about the actual implementation of the system, but our discussions at the end focused on how those bid procedures may need to be adapted and changed over time. And we looked at some of the considerations that are prevalent at the moment, where we have documents where crews are documenting down all of the automatic updates that are applied to an ECDIS system, and should they really do that with event-driven updates? Is it necessary? How do the shipping companies want to receive that information? We talked about should event-driven updates be delivered for the whole route, or should they only be delivered for the part of the route that you are going to sail in the future? Do you need to have updates for parts of the route that are already historical because you've sailed past them? So those are some of the questions and considerations that we talked about in the morning session. And now I'll pass over to John.
As Tom said, we were invited as NorthStandard, as a P&I club, to come down and discuss the event-driven updates from a slightly different perspective. And a lot of things were discussed here on the back of this that I entirely agree with, and it wasn't just about the technology. So the loss prevention team sit and we see all of the incidents, and rarely is it a problem with the technology. So we decided to have a look at it from a slightly different point of view. We looked at some past events. I won't go through them. I'm sure you've all seen them before, where constant updates may, if used properly, have prevented additional issues. So we looked at the Tricolor, where she was in a collision, ended up in the state that she did, and then another vessel came in and had a pile up on top of her, despite the fact that nav warnings went out and buoys and things like this. We also looked at the CMA CGM Libra, where they had not put on the chart a T&P, and this, as we discussed at the time, changed case law, changed the way we look at things, certainly within the club, that passage planning or voyage planning now is part of the vessel's seaworthiness. If you're not seaworthy at the beginning of the voyage, then your cover with the club could be in question. So we covered a couple of these incidents as examples of where updates more frequently could have helped. If we'd have had those updates, we started to discuss if they were used properly. Constant updates to ENCs has clear navigation benefits. Awareness, situational awareness, improved hazard awareness, less single point failures for crews having to go and actually physically do something. And from a port state, which is something that we get involved in as insurers as well, you should be up to date all the time, so there should be less defects/detentions from PSCOs, and we have our own condition survey to consider as a part of the international group, which also includes is all navigation equipment up to date, and we see defects on that front as well, which should reduce if used properly. So there are clear benefits to the system. However, we then moved on to the reality of what happens on the coal face. Okay, so it's not just about the technology that's delivered, it's about how it's used and how it's understood. And that is usually where we see our big claim problems. And the example that we discussed was the example of the CATSOG. Okay, just this weekend gone, we've had another serious navigation incident where basically the crew did not understand and put into place something that's been there for that long, that they still aren't aware of it. We're still going into offices where operators inside the office are not aware that there are still inaccuracies in a 6-star CATSOG, and they're not applying that at all. So there's still a misunderstanding about something that's been there and that is as old as the hills. However, we're now rolling out yet more technology, which is great, and it has its clear benefits as we discussed, but without the understanding and without the training and without those that can actually implement it properly, it loses its edge a little bit. And therefore, we discussed some potential issues along the way, which was how will crews be notified, how will it be used on the ENC. It relies on some features within the ECDIS that are still already not used properly, such as the safety features within the ECDIS that we still see are not used there, even though they've been for some time and still incorporated in training. On passage, while you're changing it, on passage should be approved. The information needs to be disseminated from the master through all of the bridge officers. And operators are going to have to look clearly at SMS and procedural training changes, as well as their own internal training, and of course STCW, IMO model training, with things like S100 coming out as well. And then I gave a quick example, and it was backed up by somebody who was concerned about the crew spending a lot of time filling in the 133C, sat at the back of the bridge with a pencil in their hand, filling in bits of paper. And myself and my colleague that are here refer to this as video game navigation. This was an example where, despite using paper charts at the time, they had a lovely passage plan all the way from India around the bottom of Sri Lanka at Dondra Head. Somebody very helpfully deleted one of the waypoints, so they just looked at the radar. The master's standing order said always keep to the red line, and that's exactly what they did. But with the deletion of the waypoint, it took them straight across the landmass that is Sri Lanka. So the photograph there is actually of them aground just off the coast. So we touched on, yes, the massive benefits and safety benefits of constant updating, but we also said it's not just about that. It's about how they're used and understood. Quickly, what we would and would not cover, if one of our members sent a crew to sea that they knew were completely unaware of how to use an event-driven update, then we would consider our position on cover. If a member installed and didn't commission properly a system that gave full updates all the time, and there was an incident because it wasn't used properly or it didn't work properly, sorry, then we would also consider our position there. A lot of the time, the operators turn around and try and blame the installer, but it's actually still their responsibility to make sure it's working properly. And then we just touched on the fact that whilst the training is still under question, we're trying very hard, certainly in NorthStandard, and to fill those gaps by giving our members some training, access to free training platform that we've made over the last couple of years to try and identify gaps in that knowledge that we can then plug as best we can with the assistance of our material. And that was all for me. Thanks.
Very good afternoon. My name is Piotr Ruzinek, and I represent the company from Cyprus, Intership Navigation, ship owner and the manager. And on request of the ChartWorld, I brought here a part of beautiful weather from Cyprus. Also a few words about our ECDIS journey and implementation of the tools like NaviCloud, how we are utilizing from the ship owner and the management perspective. So during my presentation, I also share with the panelists ECDIS-related accident, which we had a couple of years ago, how we started with the ECDIS and the present situation. So how we have implemented our navigational audits, safety management system in regards to navigational procedures, how we are utilizing the supporting services, including the NaviCloud. It's not only one service which we are utilizing. I have to admit, cooperation with the service providers, which in our opinion is extremely important, that we as a company, we cannot just buy the service. We have to buy also their knowledge, everything. And we have to create the communication channels in order to understand how the systems were developed, how they were created, and from our perspective, because we are the client, so we have also demands, but our demands are based on the safety of the navigation, which we believe this is the fundament of the safety of the shipping itself. So, sharing experience, of course, training, the most important part of our job today. It's the training and familiarization of our seafarers, our officers, which are actually driving the ships. So one of the services which we are using, which we have implemented a couple of years ago, is a NaviCloud service provided by ChartWorld. In short, it's just ECDIS which is connected to the network, so we can monitor the ECDIS from the office side. I can see on my computer the ECDIS screenshot, actually. I mean, not the screenshot, I can see the ECDIS on my computer. So I can see the routes, I can see the ECDIS safety settings, I can see the exchanges of the files, of the informations between the vessel and the shore service. I can see initial passage plan, modified passage plan, and ECDIS passage plan. Okay, so I can see it from the office, 24 hours a day, from all around the planet. For the time being, our 19 vessels are connected to the NaviCloud. In the future, will be probably more, because we have decided to replace all the ECDIS units with the new ones. And if owner of third-party vessel or management decided and approve replacement, and we are replacing with the eGlobe ECDIS, we are also implementing the NaviCloud service. The question, if you see here, you know, all the vessels are green. It means there is no any alerts. Everything is up to date. ECDIS is connected to the network, exchanging informations. All ENCs are up to date. ADP, ENP, everything is up to date. The vessel is navigating within ECDIS lines, all right? No one is deviating from the route. All passage plans are active, and all routes checked. In case of orange or red color on the screen, means something is wrong. So here you can see also the ECDIS route, modified route, mirror route, and the past positions, plus a couple of other things. We can download directly from the ECDIS a lot of information. We don't need to ask the captain to send us route, ECDIS screenshots. We can do everything from the office, from our PCs, all right? So this is, for us, is the excellent tool to assess the risk, you know, to improve the bridge team management, to ensure that our vessels comply with the regulations in terms of updates. Also to show to the shareholders the KPIs in terms of safety of the navigation, It's excellent tool for the trainings, which we do also in our own training centers, and also during the training on board, because our internal navigational audits, it's not the audit itself. Of course, it's a part is the audit, but it's also training session, practical ECDIS training. Our all nautical inspectors, marine and navigators are also trained. Everybody has ECDIS specific training course and ECDIS instructor course. So it's also, during the audit, it's also part of the training. And of course for the route monitoring, because we set up the system in such way that if the vessel deviates from the route, we are receiving notification. And also master is receiving email notification. We can set up many alerts, but some are not maybe necessary, and it's too much. But since we set up the vessel email address, that the master is receiving also alerts, immediately the number of the alerts drop down by 20–30% on the next day. Today we are receiving 40–60% of the alerts less than we implemented the system. And here, for example, you can see how I can check the safety compliance and the settings. You see, this is the screenshot from 2 vessels, and what is important here, the one is, both are using also weather optimization. You know, today the passage optimization and the weather optimization is a quite hot topic, all right? And one master now, he set up the weather limits, maximum wave height 5 meters and the wind speed 32 knots, and another one 4 meters, 50 knots. Both very similar handy-sized bulk carriers vessels. So system now to generate the route, the first one to avoid the weather limit, and also the second one avoid weather limit. But as you can see, the 2 routes might be a bit different, means they are not fully aware, you know, about the limitation of the system. So my colleague, which is now monitoring things in the office, he is just advising the captains how to change the settings. So this is how we, from our perspective as a ship manager and a ship owner, are using tools and utilizing the available tools to improve the safety of the navigation. In case of any questions, please feel free. Thanks.
Don't touch anything.
Which one is yours?
Bottom. The last one. There we are.
Magic fingers.
Yes. Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Øyvind Størdal. I come from Wilhelmsen Ship Management, and we talked about this topic here today, optimal routing under EU emissions trading system. I won't go through all the slides, but I'll pick out some of them. And to get everyone aligned, EU ETS is going to be implemented for the shipping industry from 1st of January 2024. This is an existing regulation that covers 40% of emissions or CO2 emissions in Europe already. So this is a regulation that is not purpose-built for the shipping industry. But it's going to be gradually phased in, with 40% phased in 2024, 70% phased in 25, and then 100% from 26 and onwards. And it basically means that the shipping companies need to buy a quota or a permit to emit when they're sailing in EU. And when you're saying sailing in EU, it means 100% within intra-EU and 100% in port, the emissions you have in port, but actually also 50% of inbound and outbound voyages. And this is going to be based on EU MRV, which is already in place. But obviously it has a big cost impact on the industry. And I'll show you this slide here. I saw this for the first time in October 2021, and it scared me a lot. Because what you see here is the daily cost of EU ETS for ships sailing intra-EU in a 100% phased-in scenario, so it's 2026, but it's under 90 euros per EUA, so you have to pay $90 euros for the quotas. And you see the numbers here for the different vessel segments. VLCCs, almost $20,000 daily, and that scared us in Wilhelmsen on behalf of our clients who's going to have to deal with this. EU ETS is also quite an administrative structure, so you have to not only pay for it, you also have to make sure that you are, call it, administratively prepared for the regulation. So I'll skip a couple of slides. What we see when we go out and talk to different owners these days is that they're maybe not facing route optimization as an issue as of now related to EU ETS. They are more facing an administrative burden. They need to establish accounts to be able to send and receive EUAs. And they have to fulfill a lot of requirements from the national authorities who's hosting these accounts. They're focusing on data quality. Obviously, the data that's coming from the vessel needs to be reliable so that it can be transacted upon. So it needs to be, call it, bankable data. We also discussed a little bit in our session the question around data verification. If you need to move from annual data verification to a higher frequency, and that is something that we see at least. And then you have to have a robust governance structure in terms of how you want to deal with this as a shipping company. And of course have an ongoing dialogue with the counterparts in this journey. Then you have the commercial side of it. I think commercially ship owners need to prepare for how they're dealing with various scenarios. And this obviously have to be agreed upon in the contracts between a ship management company and the ship owner and the charterer as well. We see it as a regulation where you should pass on the cost and ideally to the end consumer. But if a ship owner is chartering out his vessel, we don't think it's fair that he's going to pick up the bill, but he still have the administrative responsibility to be compliant towards after the MRV process is done and you surrender the EUAs. I think it's also important to make sure that the ship owners see the need to be flexible, because we have seen in regulatory developments that suddenly there are curveballs coming, and this can also happen from a commercial point of view. And then also understanding the EUA market, which is very different than shipping markets, and also enable yourself to have a good EUA procurement strategy is going to be important. When all of this is done, I think it's also important to do the, call it, optimizing your journey and your routing under EU ETS. So weather routing is something that we see as important. Current and tide analysis, speed adjustments to optimize the speed to reduce the environmental impact. Port call optimization is going to be important. If it's on-time arrival, if that's possible, maybe have a dialogue with the ports as well to see if they can help out in this grand scheme of things, where you suddenly have actually 8 to 10 billion euro cost that's phased in over a 3-year period, which the shipping industry have to deal with. That's the EU total cost of EUAs for the industry. And then at the end also do performance monitoring, making sure that you analyze the fuel consumption and also do trim and ballast optimization to reduce the fuel. But I think one of my concluding slide here is actually the fact that all of this requires cross-industry cooperation. We need to talk to each other and be open about the plans. I think we're all interested in reducing fuel consumption, and we see the benefit of it, but it actually requires a dialogue among us. So that was my short summary. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Christian Meyer from BBC Chartering, and I was asked to talk a little about the charterer's point of view in the European trading system. While Ovid talked a little about the regulatory bodies, I focus a little bit more on the commercial side. So first of all, the EU ETS is just one part of the Fit for 55 package. There is a lot of more to come, EU Fuel Maritime, which will be definitely more tricky and more comprehensive than what we're talking now about. Then, I guess he said it already, we have to take care for 100% voyages within intra-EU, and we have to take care about 50% of the fuel consumed from a non-EU port to the European Union and vice versa. Then the EU is talking about 144 million tons of CO2, which make 3 to 4% of the whole emissions in Europe. And this is what we, as a maritime industry, have to take care for. Then I showed the diagram what or how we convert tons into CO2. So the first three are the most important ones for us, which is the diesel oil with 3.2, and then the light fuel and heavy fuel, which is driven by the viscosity. And since IMO 2020, where the mixtures are more variable, so we get fuels from 50 centi-stokes up to 350 or 380, this will definitely have an impact under the MRV, and then the conversion factor. Yeah, that's just I just explained where this is coming from, RMR, MD, all this stuff. Where we are here. So yeah, then what means 144 million tons of CO2 means in total approximately 45 million tons of fuel, which equals to approximately 12.2 billion euros. So this cake has to be distributed somehow, and somebody has to pay for it. Nobody wants to pay for it, neither the owner nor the charterer. So we have to find another one who will pay for it. This usually is the client, the cargo we are shipping. Just then I make a little bit awareness. For small vessels like we have in BBC, we are talking about 5.5 thousand additional costs a day. If we're coming to bigger vessels like Maersk have, big container vessels, we are talking about factor 10. So we have to cover somehow 50,000 euros per day with these EU ETS certificates. Then I made the comparison to the bunker price. We're already talking nowadays about bunker prices of 900 to 1,000 euros in the European Union and close to the European Union. And these certificates will definitely increase the prices just by 25 to 30%. So then, again, an awareness thing. So when we are talking as a small company about EU certificates, we talk about 27 million. And for big companies, like big container companies, it can scale up easily up to 1 billion, which have to be transferred somehow. And then I discussed a little bit how we approached it and what kind of problems we thought about. The first thing, who's buying the certificates? Owner, charterer, shipper. Anyways, anybody who wants to buy it, they need a registered account, and at least the owner or the DOC holder needs an account to receive at the end the certificates. Then we talked about how to calculate rates. So how I pass these EU certificates to the client. In principle, for the owner and for the charterer, it's just a put-through item. We don't want to pay it. So we have to push it to the client and we have to increase the rates. If you make contracts which are 3, 4, 5 months in advance, you have to think about what will be the price, not only the fuel. Such things are usually covered by buff clauses, but you now have also take into account the certificates when you're going into or outside the EU. The next question is how you're buying. So either you're buying personally, then you need also special accounts, or you're buying via brokers, or you just say, no, I will not buy them at all, I just compensate it by money. Might also be a solution. A big administrative thing will be the accounting, because the verification and the documents and then the submission of the EU certificates will take place only 1 year after you actually consumed them. So it's also the question when you are buying them, when you are submitting them, what kind of system you like to choose. Then off-hire might be a big problem, because if a vessel is off-hire, the charterer is not paying for them, but you have to somehow account it. In this case, maybe the owners have to think about how to buy certificates for these kind of periods. The next big complicated point is speed claims, consumption claims. So if a vessel is slower than expected, maybe need 1 or 2 days longer for a voyage, who will pay for this fuel? If the vessel is consuming more than expected by the same speed, who is paying for this? And when I will accept it. If I have a long-term charter over 1 or 2 years, might be no problem to discuss it at the end of the year. If I have single voyages where I have to make sure that after the voyage everything is settled, it might be a very considerable point. Because 1.5 years later, nobody accepts any claims or EU certificates to be presented. Then we talked about trade lanes. Will it change? Will it not change? So it might be the solution that I will come from US to the Persian Gulf and I'm just taking a cargo in the EU. Will we see still these scenarios or not? Or we will deviate, so from US to EU, we will discharge the cargo somewhere in North Africa or not, and then who will take the cargo? Are there other vessels who make the short trade? Then we have to consider the CII, which is a global system, which will definitely not benefit small voyages. So CII is then more for long voyages. Another point is biofuels. Biofuels will come and have to come, which will play a big role in EU fuel maritime, because without biofuels we cannot sail anymore into the EU or within the EU. So this will come. If we can compensate certificates at the moment, we came to the conclusion no, because the certificates are still too cheap. So if the price is rising, it might be an alternative. For the moment, the just buying certificates is still the better choice. And then the last point was, if are all clients worldwide aware about our system in Europe? If an Asian client who ships cargo from Asia to Europe, is he aware that he has to pay more for this shipment than before, or a guy or a person from the US or from South America? Because a 25 to 30% increase we have to consider. So finally, I presented the BIMCO EU ETS clause, which might be a proper solution for charterers and owners. And they also told that it's nicely written, so charterers and owners shall cooperate. We know nowadays already how good it works and how data is exchanged and how open every side is to the other side. Then the rest is quite clear. The owner has to make the verification, the charterers has to make the allowances ready, so submit the certificates. There's also a solution in this clause that you can do this every month and in 14 days before redelivery. Here is also clear that you need an emission scheme account, so everybody needs it, otherwise you cannot transfer these certificates. The offset, the off-hire can be offset. On the practical side, it's questionable how it will be accepted, how much can be offset. This will be discussions between charterers and owners. And at the end, this clause will give owners something like a lien on the cargo. So if the charterer is not submitting the certificates in time, then of course the charterer, the owner can say, so we will stop our vessel here until you submit everything according to the contract, and then we continue with our voyage. Yeah, at the end, the owner is responsible, or the DOC holder is responsible for these certificates to submit it at the end. And the question will be if maybe the choice of the charterer will be an important point in the future. If the charterer is not able to pay it or don't want to pay it, the risk at the end is with the owner. So maybe this also changes charter parties in the future. Yeah, this was our summary. Thank you.
You have a presentation? Just let's make sure this is open. Yes. I arrived here on Sunday from Cyprus, Piotr, and the weather's been good since then, so pretty sure I bought it. I didn't have the pleasure of making a presentation this time around, but I had the opportunity to look at all three, moments of all three. And I think the most interesting thing that I learned is there's no longer one person or one company or even one group that can do this on their own. There are millions of data points, millions of margins that are going to make these final moments possible, or these savings. So I think that's the most important thing, and it's great that we're in this room now sharing little bits of it, because without really strong partnerships like we have with some of our customers that make our products better, our services better, but partnerships with the whole industry, this doesn't happen. So I think that's the big message. My other topic that I've done here in previous years, and that I'm still massively excited about, is what I want to talk about here just briefly. 4 years ago, we talked about technology enablers that would change the shipping industry. And often when you hear people talk about those things, they're just future dreams and they never actually eventuate. But what you've got here is a graph showing the amount of satellites that are floating around our orbit, around our Earth, in our orbit, and the dramatic increase in that over the last few years. It is staggering. It really is. So with reusable rockets, we have gone from, in the space of 10 years, from about 1,500 satellites up to 7,000 in 22. At the end of 22, it was 7,000. And 6 months later, it was 11,330. So the rate at which we are changing the world and communication, which I've said in the past will probably happen accidentally to shipping, it has happened. Yeah. So this here, I'm not sure if any of you, I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever seen this before. That is, each dot represents one Starlink satellite. Yeah. So if we just have a look here, you can see how many are already up there, floating around, ready to help us at the heights, ready to help us
bring this technology to shipping and facilitate all of these things we're talking about and making real change to real-time information. It's a staggering image, and it's all happened in the last 3 or 4 years. They're not done. My understanding is they have permission to launch up to 26,000. So communication at sea, the question of when that gets ready is solved. It's over. Yep. So now we really have to start digging into how are we using that and how are we applying this to these fine margins and saving money eventually. And of course, let's not forget, this is all about saving the planet. So just to finish off very quickly, I won't take up too much time. What we see is you know, from Tom's discussion, you know, real-time event-driven updates. We see vessel optimization stuff. Again, if you're looking at carbon credits, that's a daily market. If you're looking at fuel prices, it's a daily market. These things will have an impact on the voyage. So it's all well and good to say, hey, we know this ashore, this is the impact it's going to have, but that needs to be turned into something that's really actionable. Yeah? And so for us, what we've sort of started to understand is that the route is central to all of this. Yeah, and that's where our, I guess, thoughts and R&D dollars and our efforts to create partnerships start from. And I think it's a great sort of central point for us all to think, you know, how are we going to make this route usable and the very best we can for all of the stakeholders, yeah, from everyone on board the vessel to the MPs in Brussels. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Stephen. To sum up this introduction session, I think you brought it all a little bit together. Yeah, it is different topics, but all have a common ground. I will start now with a question, and then I'm running around or walking around and handing over the microphone to you, so I'll not stand all the time up here. You please share the microphones between all of you. Tom, I would like to start with you for sure. If you're implementing ECDIS, will UKHO still offering the old style of updating, or does everyone need to change to ECDIS?
Hello. So thank you, Stefan. Obviously, we know that the bridge procedures and things are going to have to change to account for event-driven updating. But this doesn't mean that the weekly supply of information that we have traditionally issued on a Thursday will go completely. What will happen is that there'll be a snapshot of that information that will be placed up into the cloud so that the distributors can still serve their customers in the way in which they wish to receive that information. So the two systems can sit alongside each other, and you can still have the older traditional method of data delivery if you want to receive it in that way. But the way in which UKHO will deliver that to the distributor is very much changing. We are scrapping that weekly supply of information, and what we're doing is we are providing that to our distributors, all of that information in an event-driven way. So that will be from early next year, we will be delivering not just E&C updates, but we'll be delivering all of our new editions, new sales, reissues, everything with all of the permits required to use that information on board on the ECDIS to our distributors in a fully event-driven system. Now, how they then build that and deliver it to the customers is for them to make their decisions on. And it may be that you've got some customers that want to stay with that weekly supply, whereas others see the real true benefit in receiving that data as and when it's ready and want to move to that event-driven delivery of information.
Thank you, Tom. So anyone, another question? Otherwise, I'm going further then. So, John, if the ship manager have two options to use the data, you said if they're implementing the ECDIS in a good way, you will accept that. But what is happening in an incident with one of your members? They did not use the ECDIS, but with ECDIS, more information would have been available.
So we are regulatory bound in that respect. So there is no regulatory requirement for them to use ECDIS. In loss prevention, we would try and promote best practice, promote things that are going to encourage better navigation, safer navigation. But I think we touched on it actually, Tom, was when we had our discussion in the breakaway rooms, that regulation does need to change a little bit. And until it does, as an insurer, we're kind of bound by that and rules, our own rules, where they have to be seaworthy at the commencement of the voyage. And as long as they are seaworthy at the commencement of the voyage within the current rules and regulations, then we can't really do much about that. But we would still continue to promote what we consider good practice. And, you know, hopefully over time our opinion would mean something to the members in that respect.
Thank you, John. Now one of you. Wow, you ate too much. Yes.
So the discussion we had when we talked about that was really around the fact that a lot of the international regulations were written for paper charts and paper chart navigation. And we have a lot of new technology now, yet a lot of those regulations haven't kept pace with the way in which the technology is changing. And ECDIS was introduced and we have footnotes at the bottom of SOLAS. It's not that nothing was rewritten for that. They assumed that the regulations and the standards could all still support digital navigation because these things were written at quite a high level. But I think we've gone way past that now, and I think there is a need to have a look at all of the regulations and things like that that we have today to see actually are they fit for purpose. Stephen just put up on the board there the revolution that we've had in connectivity and are having still, you know, with more and more satellites going up. So the fact that we accept that you plan a route at the beginning of your voyage and you don't have to update for potentially 3 or 4 weeks is, to my mind, ludicrous now, given the infrastructure that we've got. So connected ECDIS and being able to have all of that information at your fingertips, it really will help to get the most out of your systems and your businesses and make all of those fine margins, if you like, that will improve your profitability. But if we don't have the regulation which supports that to say these are the things you do need to extract all the value out of the system, then it's going to be, I think, sometimes quite a hard sell.
So if you're talking about we need the regulations, you are UKHO, you are the one that should force the regulation makers to do this regulation. So are you talking to vetting organizations, ports inspections, flags, whoever put up regulations?
So UKHO are. However, obviously our representative at IMO is the MCA, the Maritime Coast Guard Agency. We're liaising with those guys to start those discussions, but this needs concerted effort across the piece. So I think it's more international organisations petitioning for that. If we can prove the value of all of these services, then I think it's much easier for administrations to accept the fact that, yes, these are things that we need to support when it gets to IMO.
Okay, so I think you jumped the gun. I would go first to the organization that get the legal base and then introducing the service, but let's see if UKHO is right in the end, yeah, next year. So, finally a question, Mr. Schröder. Sorry, Stephen? Sure, we learned that.
Thank you. This morning we had a great talk about one incident, Amazonas River, with information from the local hydrographic office connected to local companies doing the pilotage, marine or navy, and so on. But how it comes, so we are talking about satellite information, but do you see this do we have a solution to handle this one? Because what I understood is information are available to local sources, but not at the end to the user on board, and not caused by satellite communication, just political issues. And this is who can build up pressure in that regard? You as UHKO, or who is pushing this local bodies, who has the power to build up pressure that information are available and distributed?
So if we're talking about the availability of hydrographic information for areas that probably aren't charted to the standard in which you, the users, expect, the way in which we can exert pressure is through the International Hydrographic Organization. There are regional hydrographic commissions who are looking specifically at the coverage of areas in particular parts of the world. And I know that the WEND working group at the moment at the IHO, the UKHO are going to be supporting them with data for areas where there is paper chart coverage, but there isn't sufficient ENC coverage at the moment. So that obviously is an area where the International Hydrographic Organization can put pressure on local hydrographic offices to improve their charting in specific areas. And obviously, we know that certain areas of the world are under-resourced, and there is a capacity building fund at the IHO which can be used to support hydrographic offices with their production or to provide training and education in that regard. So that's the sort of official route, if you like, in terms of being able to get the coverage necessary for particular areas. It's not fast. That's the one thing I'd say, is that obviously going through that way, it's very political, and it requires, you know, a lot of liaison with those hydrographic offices to manage that.
Stephen want to say something?
So I was fortunate enough to be in the room when that discussion was going on, and in that particular incident, it was about data that was available that hadn't got to the right sources. And as Tom has mentioned, you know, there is a lot of political effort in the background, but that does take a huge amount of time. We've seen that. It moves very slowly. But that presents opportunity to commercial companies to create a product. And that's exactly what we've done. And in that particular case, and what we're trying to do for all of these notices to mariners that are produced locally. India is a great example, Colombia, Brazil. There are numbers around that don't end up on charts unless you have a service like we've created, which we call this ChartWorld information overlay. And so with the advent of technology, you know, we're the ones that go in and monitor that database locally. We're not expecting all the mariners to monitor them locally, which is the current expectation of a lot of shipping companies and local authorities. We take that data, manage it, and then distribute it to specific vessels that subscribe to that service. So there are solutions that exist because we now have internet and space-based communications, and we can deliver them real time. Yeah, so it does exist. Yeah.
Thanks, Stephen.
Mr. Meller, coming back to the topic of coverage, in 2026 we are heading towards S100. Do you see the S100 situation to be the same like 20 years ago? I mean, 2026, 2006, the coverage situation was a disaster, and it remained to be so for 10, 15 years. Do you see the same roadmap ahead again?
Hopefully not. And the reason for that is that some of my colleagues in the room at the moment and myself, within our IHO working groups, we're building the conversion tools to move from the S57 dataset to the S101 dataset. And so the transformation is going to be, I think, a lot quicker, and those transformation parameters are being built into the production software at the moment. So the time required to move from S57 to S101, I believe, will be a lot shorter than compiling the ENCs from the paper chart source, which is what we were doing in the early days of ENC. And so the...
Sorry for interrupting, that would still mean the S101 contains the S57 data set.
That's...
I understand it correctly.
Yeah, that is true. There is a lot of the same data content. We're not saying that the navigational product in S101 is massively different. There's a lot of change gone on in the data infrastructure, but the value of S100 doesn't come from the S101 ENC alone. The real value that you derive from S100 is when you use all of these data sets in conjunction with each other to give you real-time depth information under your keel, and to bring all of that information together in a harmonized way within the display. And that's, so if you were to use an S100 ECDIS and only view an S101 ENC, you would get some benefit. You get intelligent placement of text and things like that, and you would have information objects where you'd have a lot less alarms and indications and things for chart notes. But fundamentally, it's the same navigational information. So the transformation from S57 to S101 will require hydrographic offices to do some small manual edits to get it to the S101 information. We are also looking at the backwards transformation. So we know that for a long period of time, there's going to be legacy S57 ECDIS in the market. So we need to be able to serve that information to those customers. And what will, I think, happen is that hydrographic offices will hold all of their data in the more complex S101 data format, and then when necessary, and they need to produce the S57 for the legacy ECDIS, there will be an export function that will enable you to create the S57 data. And it's much easier to go from S101 to S57 than it is the other way around, because when you're going from S57 to S101, you have to add information to the product, whereas the other way, you're removing information to get it back down to the legacy product.
Okay. No questions? Then Piotr.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the format. I understand from the software, fine, but the change will again require the change of the hardware. All the ECDISes, they will be able to process such big amount of the new data? I don't think so.
Some yes, some no.
Exactly. So it was a very good question, actually, that we will have again the same situation that we had in the past. Industry, ship owners are not ready for this change. This is no way to again pass through the retrofit, a replacement of the equipment in such short period of time. The ship owners will, all of them, or 99% will be against this change. Don't forget that in last couple of years, we invest hell amount of money in all the things related to EXI, etc., etc. Now we will face again problem with the ECDIS. In my company, okay, we are, let's say, more or less ready because most of the vessels are equipped with the ECDIS, which is compatible with the new standard. But on the management side, we are receiving vessels with equipped with the ECDIS, which is 10 years old, so that we have to plan in the next year budget replacement, and the owner will be not happy, due to this. So announcement of the new, let's say, changes, fine, fair enough, but please don't forget about the changes, required changes in the hardware as well.
Yeah, Piotr, I can assure you that takes some time. It will not come next year. It will take some time until S100 is really ready to be done. We're working on that, but it's not that we're starting now without giving the owner, manager enough time to implement, and that's also what UKHO is doing. Tom?
100% of the vessels installed now ECDIS, no one's going to have a problem. So,
yeah.
I have the solution.
So, and I think on that point, the new performance standard for S100 ECDIS was approved by the IMO last year. And what's happening in 2026, ship owners will be able to, if they want to, fit a new S100 ECDIS if it's ready and the IHO have got all their standards in place and there's testing standards and everything else all fall in line. So you will have the option from that point forward. And you can choose, do you go for an older ECDIS if you need to replace it, which supports only S57, or do you buy a new ECDIS that supports S100? But then from the 1st of January 2029, the option to buy an older ECDIS will cease to exist because the older performance standard will be retired, and ECDIS manufacturers will only ever be able to approve their systems against the new performance standard. And that's the one that supports S100. So no one's forcing the industry at this stage to adopt S100 ECDIS. It's, at the moment, it would be a voluntary fit from 2026. But then when it comes to after 2029, if you had to go into retrofit and fit a new ECDIS system, it's at that point then that you would only be able to buy a newer system that supported S100.
Tom, you've been mentioning that you are imagining that legacy ECDISs will be supported for a longer time. Does the IHO have any thinking on how long we will be supporting S57? Is there a cut-off date planned by IHO?
Not at this stage. We've effectively started the discussion at HSSC this year, where industry were invited to come along and to talk about some of the issues and things with S100, and one of the topics was, will there be a retirement date for older legacy S57 ECDIS, or even the S57 format? And one of the ways in which we can start that conversation at the IMO is to report back to them the coverage figures that we have as we move towards S101. The IMO won't sanction or wouldn't necessarily approve the IHO retiring S57 until we had full S100 or S101 coverage. So just like we did with paper charts and the ENCs, the IHO will be expected to go to IMO and report on the figures that we have. So we would say that there's a 20% of the world in 2025 is covered by S101. And then as we get to 2026, we would expect as close to 100% as you can get. And I believe, it's my own personal view, that it's only when we reach 100% coverage in S101 that we can then start that conversation about when's the right time to retire S57. 10 to 20 years. Yeah. Do I have to? I'll tell you after.
Good. If you don't mind, I will move back now to the topics of today and away from S100. Fjord, something that will not come 2029, but next year, ECDIS, ETS. How do you think this will affect your work for navigation, your crew? Do they have to change anything on how they're navigating at the moment?
I mean, not really, you know. I mean, okay, today we are monitoring everything, all right? Most of our vessels are commercially operated by the charterers, etc. So this is just a matter of communication between us and the charterers. We did a lot to prepare the vessels, you know, for the new regulations in the past. So we managed to get even many vessels exempted from the regulations. So now we are implementing the measures like EPL, etc., etc. So I don't think so that it will really implement. I mean, it will really affect us in the terms of the voyage planning or the safety of the navigation. Today, most of the vessels are using already optimized weather tools, right, from several resources. So I don't really think so. And you know, in other hands, how you can make the routes even shorter than today? It's you know, it's simply impossible. You know, if you have a vessel from Hamburg to Oslo, it's just a straight line, right? How you can improve this route? You know, you can only play with the speed, and that's all. You know, the weather. Okay, if it's good weather, you cannot improve the performance on this particular, on short routes. So I don't think so. We'll be focusing on the safety of the navigation, you know. So for us, this is fundamental. We have to train the people, you know, to understand the systems and the tools which we are providing to them. Because, you know, if somebody doesn't know how to utilize the system, the best system will fail. So.
You're next. One question. Okay, Christian, Piotr thinks that he can work as he did in the past. Will you allow the ship managers the same freedom in using selecting the routes and the ways as before, if you have to pay for all the additional cost?
Yeah. Yeah, and in principle, I fully agree with Piotr, because I think that every charterer has all his vessels on weather routing. So this is also what I like to explain to our captains usually when we are talking about voyage routing, that he should not start with the ECDIS planning, he should start with the weather routing to find a proper route over the oceans. There is nothing to optimize within the Baltic Sea or in the North Sea, either low is coming or not, so there's nothing to optimize. But optimizing is over the oceans, and if you have already a route planned in the ECDIS with straight waypoints, then the system has nothing to optimize afterwards. So first optimize the weather routing, and then go to ECDIS and make small amendments to your safety and navigational needs. And this will not change after the EU UTS will come in place. It will be a little bit more important, but the bunkers are quite expensive even yet. And everybody who hasn't done it has lost a lot of money over the last years.
Thank you.
I had a question about the Navi Cloud that is operational on several of your ships. I was curious, how is the security on those systems? Because they're using satellite, I assume, for the communication, and you can remote control them from your office? How does it work? I mean, I can imagine as Starlink is growing, in the future will be more satellites, and if you look at the war in several regions, you can see drones and all that kinds of magic. I mean, security-wise, I would assume it's dangerous if you could manipulate routes or other things. But
it's, you know, the system is actually very well secure. You know, it's called e-secure box. So you don't have access to the ECDIS from any other source. There is one dedicated port, you know, which you can transfer the data, but only dedicated files. So from the vessel side, there's no way that you can connect something else to the ECDIS, right? From the shore side, the same story. I can only see the things, but I cannot change anything, right? So I have only review, and I can monitor the process. About the details of the e-secure box, security, etc., I think the Stephen, the ChartWorld, we know something better. But from our perspective, the system was also tested by our IT guys, you know, in regards to cyber security, and is solid. Is something which you know, you cannot connect again some charger or something to the ECDIS. It's not possible. Even the pen drives, you know, you can read only certain data, not everything. The system blocks everything. So it's from our perspective, for the time being, I mean, we are using a couple of years, it's safe. So about the details of the cybersecurity, I'm not sure if somebody from ChartWorld want to say something about it.
And I think I'm from ChartWorld, so I can say something about it. What you said is more right, yeah. So we duplicate the data that is coming from the vessel, and we don't have direct access to the ECDIS. And if we had direct access to the ECDIS, we can for sure not steer the vessel. Yeah? The maximum what we could do is giving wrong chart data and routes, but that's not possible. Yeah. No, but that is exactly. It is secure. Yeah, it is secure, and it's approved by DNV according to the latest cybersecurity standards. So everything what can be done is done to keep this system safe and independent. Good. Ivan, yeah, something different now. Yeah, so you talked about how you will handle ETS. Is there anything where you think a technical ship manager can do this better than a ship owner, or how are you handling this in future, and why should someone bring you some vessels?
No, I think we see from our position and also quite anchored in Europe that this is going to be challenging especially challenging for companies outside of Europe who doesn't have legal entities and bank accounts and all of that in Europe. And our approach is not that we can do this better than anyone else, but we can try to do it, and we believe that we're strong enough to sort of come up with a solution for the ship owners. I think you said 10 billion, wasn't it? 12 billion? 12 billion? 12 billion is a lot of money, and you're talking about 70,000 sailing vessels around the world, and many of these will drop by Europe, and then you have to deal with this. And I think from our perspective, it started with sort of the desire to help our clients maneuver in this space. But then we realized that we're also sort of actually attracting non-technical management clients to Hekla, which we have established together with Affinity. So I think it's just an opportunity that has arisen from a regulatory change, like we have seen in the past as well. But this one is, for us, it was quite evident.
So I'm a little bit worried about my next mobile phone that is imported from Asia. Do you think that operators try to find holes in the regulations to move cargo differently, or to not comply to this, or comply to this system but not pay?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think so, and I think that's a little bit the nature of shipping as well. That we are in it for the profits, and people try to outmaneuver what's sort of coming. And there are already speculations that you have ports in Africa, for instance, that can be used as sort of hubs to receive cargo, and then it's shipped on a shorter voyage to Europe. But obviously, if you're taking CII into consideration, that might also be a problem. But I think also that to turn it around, I think Europe has been, or EU has been, very focused on closing the loopholes. Basically, I think they have this 300 nautical mile limit for container vessels. They're still accepting ship-to-ship transfers as an exemption, but it's an obvious way of cheating the system. So I find it hard that they won't sort of change this down the road. But I think the nature of shipping is focusing on finding weak points that they can, without sort of breaking any rules, but sort of your borderline. I think that's part of the game, right?
Good, thank you. Mr. Kautz.
Yeah, first I want to correct, because as per EU directive, the ship manager is in charge and responsible for compliance with EU ETS, not the owner. Yeah, so
I think it's still debated, isn't it?
No, it is very clear. The company who assumed the safe operation of the vessel. Yeah. And it's tricky because especially ship managers don't have this big cash flow, and if they don't take care now, they will face a big problem in 2024. Yeah, so now it's the time for every ship manager to clarify this topic with the owners. And obviously I joined a very interesting session about the safety of navigation, but ETS I missed, unfortunately. So I missed as well the discussion about if emission verification is necessary on a shorter period. Keeping in mind, especially, there are no disputes about bunker consumption at the moment. Yeah, so emissions are a fixed factor to the bunker consumption. why do we need a higher frequency of verification?
No, I think that you need to have you need to come as close as possible to the truth when it comes to the emission from a vessel. And so far, you have EU MRV where you have an annual verification. Some companies does it on a quarterly basis, but it doesn't have any penalties. But I think the need for a verification is important between the two parties when you charter out the vessel or you charter in the vessel, so that you have someone who's doing the checks and balances if the emission statement is correct. I don't, if people trusted each other, I don't think it would be necessary, but I think also that there is, again, back to the profit element of it, that you have certain sort of angles to try to earn as much money as possible. So having a third party who's saying, okay, we are totally independent of this transaction, but we have looked at the data, and we say that this is as close as possible to the truth. That's our opinion.
The bunker is still high, higher than emissions, and you are not verifying the bunker consumption every voyage.
No, that's true. But the bunker bill is also from time to time and quite often disputed. The quantity and the quality, it's quite often disputed as well, right? And you're doing soundings on board, and you have checks and balances there as well. But to me, bunkers and EU ETS is two separate things, because you have a vessel with bunkers on board, but it's not the exact amount that's going to be required of EU ETS or EUAs when you're sailing into EU. And you have voyages that ends, and it's not like it's empty for bunkers on board when the voyage ends, right? So to me, it's a little bit separate discussion, but yeah, we say to our customers that at least we believe it's worth the investment and looking into call it higher verification of the data, higher frequency verification of the data, so that at least you have the third-party element into it, and you can say that, okay, these guys, they actually validate the data. So we recommend it, but we also realize that definitely not all will have it in place. So you're going to see lots of different solutions on the data space, in my opinion.
Axel?
Thanks. In the workshop for the emission trading system, there was also several case studies, or 2 case studies presented, and one of them showed that in one scenario there was a possibility to save about 13% of the cost with respect to in comparison between a non-fuel optimized route and a fuel optimized route. So there was a 13% saving possible, which amounts in this scenario to more than $42,000. And my question now is actually to you, Stefan. Yes. How much would a ship owner have to pay for that fuel optimized route? What is the cost for a fuel optimization?
Yeah, I can answer for the companies that are offering this. We are partnering up with different companies, and I think, for example, Brise and BBC are working together with DTN, others working with StormGeo, these other big ones, or WNI. They all around $1,600 per year per vessel, and you can optimize as many routes as you want, or a single route can be optimized for $16, something like this. So it is definitely worth to optimize route. Yeah, and it's anyhow most of the time paid by the charterers, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, this is exactly what I said before. You are optimizing on fuel 13%, but even 2 years ago you should have optimized 13% on the fuel. So yes, now you're paying on the 13%, 30% more because of the EOS certificates. But with any voyage around the world, you will lose these 13% if you're not adjusting your voyages and make the weather routing.
Yes, Axel again.
Yeah, Piotr, you demonstrated that you implemented this nav cloud, and you have all this technology connected ECDIS. The crews are requesting these voyage plans, weather optimized apparently. And I would just like to know, how do the ship crews respond to that technology? Are they resenting it, or do they embrace this technology? What is the take on from the crews on that technology?
You know, the young generation, which I called, you know, PlayStation generation, they love it. Because it's, you know, just plug and play, in short, all right? The captains, which are still in charge, you know, they have to modify the route and approve it. So altogether, such tool very much reducing the time to prepare the route. This is true. So in some cases, you know, it's just a matter of a few minutes, you know. If you have simple route without extensive river navigation, just from, you know, one point to the second one, altogether is 5-6 minute job. Later on, you need just to exchange the data with the server, which takes maximum 20 minutes, and job done, you know. And you just print out, add few more fields, that's all, you know. So the traditional way of preparing of the passage plan, it's much more shorter today, which save the time for the officer, which is, you know, who is in charge of this job. You know, don't forget also that, you know, the auto-generated routes are not considered by many bodies as, you know, something valid, like BIMCO, for example. So they are still, the captain of the vessel is still in charge of the safety of the navigation. So sometimes, you know, there's a conflict, not maybe conflict of the interest, but yes, because, you know, his route, for example, which he feels that is okay, but he's receiving the route optimization service from the charters, for example, and the route is different. And there is a huge, it could be even 100 miles different on the route, you know. So according to the rules, the captain is right, because he has override authority and he is in charge of the safety of the navigation of the vessel. But his decision will not keep him happy, because, you know, as per charterers, the vessel is burning too much fuel, because captain took more safe route in good faith for him, because he feels that the route is better. So this conflict will, I don't know if there's something which, you know, we can find solution and get rid of. It will stay with us forever. And I am afraid that it will be even more problems in the future, you know, due to the new regulations enforced. Because the captains, they will be forced to follow the system-generated routes, you know.
Okay, then one question that I'm asking PI Club related person since 10 years, and 10 years ago they gave me the answer that we have to see over the time, so I think 10 years time is now enough. If a ship manager is implementing a very sophisticated voyage planning system, yeah, that is safer than normal, they will implement a little bit more than necessary, for example, like Piotr did, yeah, is it possible to reduce the premium, or using ECDIS instead of normal updating? Yeah, so you're 10 years time now to check if that is worth it.
I have to be careful how I answer this, because one of our members is sat next to me. Yeah. The short answer is no. The longer answer is, if they implement something that reduces their issues and claims over time, then yes. But they're not going to get it just for sticking it on. So as I sort of made out in my presentation, using ECDIS is something that clearly has benefits. But if you don't use it correctly and you don't know what you're doing, then those benefits don't materialize. So just by plugging on to something that Piotr can see in his office, but then doing nothing with it, won't reduce the number of claims that they have. If they use it and they implement, they use it properly, and they reduce the claims, and that's visible to us, then yes, they'll get rewritten.
But don't you think it would be good kind of marketing to push your
only for those supplying the equipment?
for us, for sure. Yeah. Good. Okay. Same answer like the last 10 years. I will ask in 10 years again. Good. Anyone else? Ha. Very good.
Hi, I'm Karan from DTN. So we are one of the weather routing providers, as mentioned. What triggered me was the more real-time updates from UKHO, which will require, which might require more frequent updates of voyage plan on board. This is something that also impacts the weather routing services, right? Because one of the things that we have is when forecast is updated every 6 hours, we can update the weather optimized route every 6 hours based on the latest forecast. But there is a hesitancy from our side right now because of the past in sending a new route with different waypoints every 6 hours or 24 hours based on the change in forecast. Let's say if you can save only a couple of $100, we say, okay, Master will not change the route anyways because they have a fixed waypoint plan approved. So only if there is a significant impact on cost savings or safety, then we currently update the voyage plan. But you think that's going to change, right? Because it's an attitude thing. What do you think about that? So if they have to change the voyage plans based on more real-time safety updates, then maybe in future we are also able to send updates to the route for weather optimized routes just because you save a couple of $100 more.
I personally think that those attitudes will change over time, and it'll come down to things like improved connectivity so that we can have more and more information sent. We definitely know that the new S100 infrastructure will require to really benefit from all the advantages of S100 connected ECDIS. You're going to need to have that update regime, that type of thing, receiving regular updated information. So I think the mindset will have to change and adapt to actually really get the benefits out of the system. So I do think that will happen, but obviously there's a very conservative nature within the shipping industry, and that is prevalent at all stages. So getting that shift along, I think, is challenging at times, shall we say?
What is the view from the operations side? Maybe somebody from the...
Yeah, I hope so. The easier the systems become, that we don't have too many problems. If I consider myself, when I was a second officer on board, I would almost kill the captain if he came and he wanted to change the waypoint by 5 miles. So you have to take out 10 charts, take all the angles and all this stuff. That was a big mess. So nowadays, you go into the ECDIS, you change the point, you present it to the captain. He's checking if you are not passing any obstructions, and you can approve it. So definitely, you only need minutes. And in this way, of course, we would like to see it. And we also change routes if it really brings a benefit. If we change the waypoints of a few nautical miles.
It will happen because we've seen it happen in society before. 15 years ago, you got an in-car GPS and you updated the charts once a year if you felt like it. Yep. And today it's all live and it changes every second. Yeah. So yes, we are quite far behind on that, but as we've seen, the technology is there to allow that. That'll drive companies like us, companies that we partner with, the industry, to implement the right software-based processes to support the guys on board. Many of us have that stuff already, so it's not as if we're waiting too much longer for that. And it really is just a question of the right data becoming available and getting delivered, so that it's useful and makes shipping smarter, safer, simpler. Yeah, it can't just be dumping 10 gigabytes of data on a vessel anymore. We've got to curate that data, but that's going to happen for sure.
Sven.
Yeah, it's a question that came across me when I listened to Piotr. And this may be an ice cream question, but we're talking about fine margins, about cost. And the question that I have is, how do you weigh safety of navigation versus economical optimized routes? How do you relieve the crew, the captain of a vessel, from the pressure to select cost optimization against the safety of navigation? How do you make sure that safety comes first? As I said, an ice cream question.
Yeah, very good question. Thank you very much. This is everything about the education. The captains, they must be part of the system, like we. They are integrated part of the industry. So during the briefings in the office, during the trainings, visiting, during our visit on board, seminars with the officers, we are explaining, every single step of this process, because without them, we will never achieve our goals. This is simply impossible. So they understand the new regulations, they understand what is behind the routing network. They know how the routing from where is coming. They know how to deal with. So because they are actively actually participating in, they understand. And in our case, I would say it's a quite easy process because we have quite a high retention rate. Because we have our own maining agency, so our retention rate is about, if I'm not mistaken now, 96, 97%. So we are not taking the crew from the other maining agencies. This is also very important because our guys are with us since 20 years, most of them. They grow with the company as a cadet. Same like me. I work for the company since 2001. So this is, the atmosphere which we have created, hopefully helping us as well, and will help us to move forward all the challenging, move our vessels through the challenging waters in the future. The captain must be integrated the part of the system. That's all. And this is our job, the owners and the managers, to work with them very closely. So for example, in our case, before implementing of any system, we are testing the systems on board. We have number of the captains which are quite active, and they know they should send us always pros and cons. And I very much appreciate the negative feedback than the positive, because the positive sides, I know. I need the negative feedback from the vessels that I can judge the systems and choose the best one, not only for us, but also for them, because at the end of the day, they are end users and everything depends on them. The quality of the data which we are receiving from the vessel is from the captain, so this is how we are doing, hopefully in a good way. I don't know.
Good. I was asked that everyone should introduce himself before talking, so I will do it for you. This is Captain Ashwani from Urs and Tome.
Thank you, Stefan. Question on NaviCloud, but not for Peter, more for you, Mr. Dimke. Can't walk away like that. Is there any inbuilt analytics in the NaviCloud? Peter earlier mentioned that there is an improvement. There was a discussion about what happens if there is an improvement. But where is the proof of pudding? Do we see how the trend is? The number of violations, or not violations really, the number of deviations, let's just call it that, how is it going? Are there any specific deviations which the ships are making? Are there any specific officers, specific ports, or areas where these things are happening?
Thank you, Captain Ashwani. First of all, my mistake. I watched at Piotr's presentation and missed to say that it's nav cloud and not navi cloud, but I like the E for intership in between. So what we are doing is all routes that are planned by the masters and second mates on every vessel using the system are sent back to our system. And our team around Benjamin and Axel using all this data to improve our route network database. So every time a good route was planned or a wrong route was planned, this is going into our database and the next vessel is getting a better quality route and avoiding possible problems.
No, I just said, and then with the optimized route, I assume it's also better fuel-wise and all those things for the.
Yeah, now it's getting marketing for our company. Yeah, you can do that. We are offering this service with help of partners like DTN, NAPA, everyone who want to integrate into this system can do this, and we can also directly optimize routes. We are open for partnerships. Yes, in general. More questions, please. Konstantin.
Konstantin Ivanov, ChartWorld. Just comment to continue the discussion about the nav cloud and route optimization. Piotr mentioned that there was a common process implemented throughout the company for the crews, and crew now well trained and know what to do. And then the office, the ship owner, you monitor what crew is doing. That is well. And what do you think? Shall charterer be involved in the same process and monitor what is done on board, and also be involved in the route creation with this growing importance of route optimization?
It is possible. There is an additional feature available in the nav cloud. I think the ChartWorld knows more details about. We presented this to the commercial operators which are operating the vessels. And I think in the next couple of days there is some scheduled meeting. They will, because this it's not really module for the ship owner or for the manager. This is purely commercially operated. So the vessel operator can send, for example, can simulate different routes, and send to the vessel directly from the platform the speed order. Yes, such possibility exists. This is something new. This is new feature, because we are not the commercial operator of our vessels. So this is in the hands of the different parties. So far, I didn't hear a feedback yet, but very likely some will implement this solution. But details how it works, I think the ChartWorld knows better than me. So you know the details. Anyway, from our perspective, as I said, this is not something for the the ship manager or this is purely for the commercial operators. And this is our job is just to present it as an additional feature, but they will decide what to do.
I've got a question a little bit. I think I can't ask you, Christian, because you're charterer and ship manager and technical manager and owner in one person, but let's ask Oyvind. Half a year ago, CII was a hot topic, and there was always the discussion that the charterer wants to go as fast as possible and the owner wants to keep the CII value as a certain level. Do you think that ETS will teach the charterer to work more efficient?
I'm not sure if ETS will teach the charterer that. I think charters, they are very commercially minded people. So they will look for the best opportunity and also work as hard as they can to make money, basically, on the voyages. But we've discussed CII today, and to sort of take a mild conclusion that we don't necessarily think that it's the right tool, but the intention is good. And I think hopefully in the future they will adjust calculation a little bit and make it also more fair, and then it might be a good thing. But you will never stop the charters from trying to earn money, and they will always be efficient, right? So, yeah.
Thank you. Then Stephen, you heard now the needs and problems and solutions of ship managers, charterers. What are the trends in service providers? Not only ChartWorld, 7 Seas, so everyone. What do you see? What are our service provider working on at the moment? What is their hot topic?
I'll actually answer that slightly differently. I think there are, in the shipping industry, there are a lot of very, very smart people working on a lot of things on little islands. So there's a lot going on. We're seeing every sort of algorithm under the sun get built. And what, after 20 years in this industry, what I really want to avoid this time around, and what our goal is to kind of help all of those little islands make sure that it comes back to something useful, so that everyone here can access that and use it. And in my opinion, that's the route and a route network. If you take, again, back to the example of car navigation, 20 years ago, it was a dot on a map, and you had to still decide when to turn right and left and all those kind of things. And then a turn-by-turn database was created, and so on and so forth. Now that's essentially what I believe is needed to close the gap, to help captains be able to assess all the algorithm information that they get sent, because ultimately safety is their number one goal. So if we get our job done and we make this route network, which is focused on safety, available to all of these island algorithms that are getting created, then there's a common platform to share all that information on and make it useful to the guy that actually has to implement it and is still responsible for getting the ship from A to B. Yeah, what they're all working on individually, I'd hate to think it's way beyond my capacity, but trying to make sure, the goal of the industry has to be make sure that these things end up in useful hands and in a useful way.
Good. I for sure wrote my complete speech today with ChatGPT. I think you heard that. Stephen, do you think that AI, this kind of AI, could help somewhere in shipping? For any processes on the ships, in the voyage planning, and support, things like this?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Tom, how do you think this can be implemented? AI in your services, can UKHO use this?
Wow, that's a big
one. I have another one for you after
that. Yeah. So it's one of actually the questions that we've been looking at and want to pose back to users is, would they accept something that had been reviewed or had some input from AI, and is it at a mature level to accept that? Similarly, you joke about someone you write in your speech from chatbots GPT, and that was done at a recent RTCM conference. They actually had the speech written out, all to do with marine electronics, and it was, on the face of it, pretty good. But actually, when you drill down into it, there's some fundamental flaws, and that, I think, is, at the moment, is some of the problem that we have with using that technology. But in the future, as it learns and things like that, there may be a place for it, and I think autonomy is really the place where we're going to start to see it being exploited the most. And I think the mass industry are the ones where that's the space for that new technology.
Good. I have an easier question for you. When are the georeferenced AEMP ready?
Georeferenced
AEMP as your product?
Nautical publications.
Correct.
Yeah. There's a project ongoing at the moment. There's a prototype which I think is going to be ready for circulation to distributors and things in the not too distant future. I think by the time we get to our distributor conference in March, there should be some prototypes that they'll be able to view. And then I'm not sure of the timescales, to be honest, in terms of that respect, because nautical publications is not my forte.
Yeah, to those who did not understand what I'm talking about, this is the sailing directions where you don't need to buy the complete sailing direction anymore, but you're getting only the information for the port you're going to, and that we need to have geo-references there in these big books to make this happen on voyage base. So I think... Sorry? Yeah, for example, yeah. Good. Okay, thank you, Tom, like always. One question here.
Do we see a future with S100 standards coming in 5 years or 10 years where route optimization, be it weather optimization, fuel optimization, commercial optimization, will be done directly on ECDIS? Or will it always be a separate system that feeds into ECDIS?
Well, at the moment, the performance standards don't cover that operation. So I think if ECDIS were to have to take that on, that would be a new addition of a performance standard for the system. And I'm not sure that all of those operations should really occur in the ECDIS system. I think there is still a space for back of bridge planning applications. But some of you that maybe follow the IMO discussions at MSC will know that there is a drive to bring more standardization into those back of bridge tools, and that there are papers going in to talk about them being, because they're a fundamental part of the bridge procedures, that they should be part of that review and things. So my own feeling is that I don't really think that the optimization will still happen in the ECDIS. I think it should be in that back of bridge planning station.
I've got two experts here next to each other. One of those can perhaps say what at least we are doing in this perspective. Andy?
Probably both. You are referring to the intelligence inside the ECDIS and the level of automation?
If this is done on the ECDIS, not back of bridge.
You know, we are not so much big fans of back of bridge solutions, to be honest. On the other hand, what I do foresee is that due to the fact that the more and more voyages will be planned, let's say, outside of the ECDIS, and the ECDIS is ultimately only the last legal safety check instrument that the master can override a doubtful or a wrong or, let's say, unpleasant route, let's call it this way. I do think that the ECDIS becomes more purely a monitoring tool and a decision support system which should be fed by any kind of data which could help that. And the ECDIS becomes kind of a notifier to do certain actions in certain moments. Yeah, but I don't see that we would extend, let's say, the automation at the machine itself. We think it goes back into the cloud, and the cloud delivers all the services back to the ship and back to the ECDIS.
So I definitely don't see that happening in my lifetime. No.
It would be interesting to ask Piotr his opinion about that.
In short, no way. You know, I very much appreciate, you know, let's say, thinking about the future and automation, etc., etc. But can we leave the ECDIS alone as a source of the paper of the charts? You know. We are trying, you know, to fit
the ECDIS with so many completely unnecessary gadgets, you know. So this is ECDIS, right? This is for the safety of the navigation, not for the voyage fuel optimization. This is your job, guys, service providers, to support us with the tools for voyage and the fuel optimization, not the ECDIS. ECDIS is the part of the bridge equipment to bring the vessel in safe manner from point A to B. Finish. That's all. And on the top of this, there's the captain. Don't try to override his authority by supporting him with such tools. No, no way. Maybe I am, you know, old-fashioned, but I don't think so. You know, I have doubts. So ECDIS should stay as a chart, you know, as a place that, you know, the navigator can see the things all around the vessel and choose the best way. You know, that's all.
There's one.
Yeah, you just mentioned ECDIS is the only purpose to bring a vessel from A to B. And my question concerns the view that ECDIS could have a much more potential, let's say, in combined operations offshore, or in case of disaster, like we had the Fremantle Highway just, when you have several firefighting vessels, you have tugboats, you have maybe even some helicopters around. And what is most important in these cases, or in other offshore operations in oil and gas, or in survey operations for geophysics or hydrography. In these cases, ECDIS has the potential, to my perception, to share a common situational picture between all these actors in the area, or even in Germany we have the Havarie Commando and these things, and the VTS towers, if it's near shore, whatever. And sometimes they just communicate by, in history, it has been proved by radio communication, which is not sufficient, or they share data via exchanging PDF files, or they share data like sea state and surface currents, all this kind of stuff, which can be brought on ECDIS via S111, etc. So to my perception, and that's the question, where are we now? I think ECDIS has a potential to beat even other tools like ArcInfo or geographic information systems, as soon as offshore operations are involved, vessels are involved, safety issues. All this is already inherent on ECDIS, so why not using it for these purposes beyond bringing vessels from A to B? Thank you.
It has an opportunity to improve situational awareness, for sure, as long as that data is being delivered in a way that's not complex and it's easy to consume and manage for the main purpose of what it is, which is getting the vessel from A to B. If you talk about incidents or you know, a coordinated response to an event, that should not be done on the vessel. I mean, a coordinated, or it should be done on a specific vessel that is designed to provide that coordination. I could definitely imagine a system where if you've got 10 vessels involved and they're all delivering information back to that coordination vessel, that vessel then provides a new route or something simple for that vessel to consume, and then be a useful participant in whatever that incident is. But I would not like to see all of that information on all 10 ECDISes and confusing everyone. That can't be good. Maybe as capabilities develop within crews, as they get used to all of this, we could put more information on it, but I don't see that yet, not for quite some time. Yep. And S100 will bring that requirement, yeah, because if you turned everything on, it would just be a disaster. Agreed, yeah, but again, what I believe in is exactly the same as what Piotr believes in, and that is we still need to go through a process of simplification to make sure people are using it correctly before we even start contemplating a further complication.
Good. So before I close this down, one last question to our friends from UKHO while they're here. NOAA stopped producing paper charts. No, they will. Yeah. Did you already stop with producing paper charts for Australian waters?
Sorry, is this ECDIS related? Or? I'm not answering anything paper related, unfortunately, today.
Okay, good. No. Okay. So I say this is a yes. Yeah. I hope that UKHO will go on and sunset this paper chart earlier than they promised. Good. One question now when I'm standing up here. Hopefully it's paper chart related.
Yes, it is paper chart related, and yes, it is a question from old style captain in our companies. When the UKHO finished the translation from paper charts to ECDIS, they have one big problem with some chart symbols, which was clearly stated before in paper charts, some as wrecks and so on. Now they are all as isolated dangers. And if you're looking out of the bridge window and there's indicated in ECDIS, isolated danger, it can be anything. Before on paper charts it was clearly declared as a wreck or underwater rock and so on. And now you named it all isolated danger. And they ask, my answer was, yes, it takes some time to translate every symbol from paper chart, but that is 10 years ago.
Yeah. So within ECDIS, there is a function, and Holger's actually put his hand up, so I'm pleased about that. He'll be able to explain exactly how that function works. But the idea is that if that isolated danger symbol comes up, then it is potentially a danger to your vessel. Now, if there was no depth associated with that rock wreck obstruction, then the ECDIS has to use the underlying depth information to determine is that safe or unsafe to your vessel. And if it can't make a safe determination, then it has to give you the most dangerous option. And that's why you have this isolated danger symbol. Holger's probably got a much more in-depth answer for you.
No, you have already explained it very beautiful. The only thing I can say, the isolated danger is not the object, it's just the symbol. It's shown as an isolated danger. Sometimes it's because of lack of information. Yes. That's something where it should be worked on the hydrographic office side. But the object behind it is still a wreck, obstruction, or underwater rock. So these are the three things where I bring up this isolated danger symbol, and by querying the chart, picking it, so you can still find out what it is. And if it's not an isolated danger, you have even the different symbols for underwater rocks, wrecks, and even if they're showing up the hull or whatever. And if they are in shallow water, then they're usually not isolated danger. You can switch on that options. I would not do it because it just clutters the screen out. And you have not to go to shallow waters anyway. So, okay, thank you.
Just following up from that point, the UKHO are actually going through a process of reviewing and validating our whole AVCS database for UK waters. As we move from S57 to S101, we will start to grid our data, and the purpose of that is to support S100 information, But as we go through that process of validating our S57 data, we are revisiting all of those objects, those rocks, wrecks and obstructions, to make sure that where we do have depth information for those features, that is encoded in our information, so that you do get an accurate symbolization, that it doesn't just have so many magenta crosses across your screen. So there is a piece of work underway at the moment to go back through all of that to improve the presentational information in the ENC.
Thank you, Tom. You just said that you're doing gridded ENCs. So please don't blame your chart distributor if the cost for ENCs goes up. That will increase the number of charts. We saw that in the German area. That is more accurate, more safe, but it's more charts and will cost a little bit more. Oh, now we've got Gary in the back. And UKHO is doing that.
To Tom, excellent. What the UK is going to do to improve, you gridding your charts as S101 comes along, and your service is only as good as the data that you get from the other HOs. Will you be able to push them, Indonesia, for example, to do the same thing in the next decade or two, maybe?
So when we first created AVCS, one of the ways in which we were able to create the global service was to support hydrographic offices that didn't necessarily have that capability with either producing the information on their behalf or supporting them with training and things like that to get them up to capacity so that they would be able to do that on their own. And what we see with S100 is that we expect the majority of hydrographic offices to be able to produce their 101. As I said in our session, a lot of our production tools at the moment are being built so that they have that capability to convert information across. So if you've already captured it in S57, it should be quite easy for you to create the 101, or easier. I see the challenge coming with maybe some of the other S100 data products that hydrographic offices are going to be expected to produce in their areas. So the tidal products, for example, and the gridded bathymetry are things that will really improve navigation, but will every hydrographic office be able to do that and produce that themselves? And the honest answer is I think some will really need that support from the UKHO and others to be able to get up to the point at which they can have native production of their own data sets. And the UKHO, I think, will want to support them and help to fill those gaps in the short term as and when those countries get up to capacity and are able to produce that data on their own eventually.
Good. So I'd say thank you to all the panelists. Interesting. In the beginning, I thought we don't get this together with this ETS topic, safe navigation and ADDS and connectivity, but in the end, especially the collaborative voyage planning and connectivity combined everything. Yeah, if everyone is working together with all these new things and all these innovations, everyone will participate and will also have some profit out of it. So thank you very much for all of you. You can stay sitting here, yeah, but I will close this session now. This is the end of the official part of the World ECDIS Day. Now the next points are that ChartWorld is inviting everyone who's thirsty to their office for some drinks and discussions. You can for sure also go to your hotel, refresh yourself, go to the Elbe River, eat your Fischbrötchen, and come back. At 1900, we meet here again for the awards ceremony. Don't be too late. We will start with that directly in the beginning. And I hope to see most of you back here. Thank you very much. If you've got questions in the meantime, Ingo, myself, we are still there. Thank you and see you later.